Greetings, greetings everyone. I do apologize for the delay. I had a little technical difficulty with the audio, so I had to do a sound check to make sure that you all can hear me. If you all can hear me this evening, please type in 1. I hope that you all are relaxing, have something nice to sip on, because we're getting ready to start class. Let's see. Let me see your ones, please. Once again, I do apologize. I figured it would be worse to start the class and I'm talking and you can't hear me and you don't get your investments worth, then we'd have to go to the backup link. So once again, thank you for your patience. Welcome to Ask Your Ancestors and Guides, a yes or no divination class. Good evening, everyone. I'm sitting far away from the chat, so I'm not going to be able to see as much until we get closer to the end. How this will work is we are going to do our class session, and then we are going to go into Zoom towards the end to do the quiz that I've sent you, and we can talk and meet and greet and then ask whatever questions or experiences that you have for about 30 extra minutes. I hope I'm not inconveniencing anyone with your time. Like I say, this is a play. You will be able to go to the same link and play it back just like you would any YouTube live stream video. Once again, thank you all for joining me and thank you for your patience. Just 1 second, we're getting ready to start. I hope everyone's ready. Divine order, divine order, divine order. I pray everyone is in a perfect peace of mind and not frustrated, because if there's frustration, then you won't be able to retain what is being shared tonight. The first thing we're going to talk about is what is spiritualism and what is ancestor reverence. There is a slight difference often, but both of these, they tend to get muddled together or layered together. So it's the same thing, but there are slight differences. Just 1 second. I can't see you all's messages. I'm praying that everyone comes in a respectful manner to each other and towards me as the teacher. Feel free to moderate. I have a couple of moderators in here. So let us begin. Once again, welcome. I'm going to be using this big board to put certain lessons and things such as that. And the first thing we're going to do is talk about the differences between spiritualism and ancestor reverence. Let's see, y'all are sending messages. Headphones is good. Hold on 1 second. Okay, can you all hear me? Can you all hear me very well? Let me know before I get started. Thank you, looking forward, Queen. Can you all hear me? Please give me ones if you can hear me very well. Thank you. Lacey Roberts, can't hear or see anything. Try refreshing. Can you all see me physically? Can y'all see me? Okay, so that would be something on her end. Okay, please try going in and going out refreshing. Now, how I do this is I lecture first, so please hold your comments unless it's absolutely necessary. If it's an emergency or you need to get my attention to let me know that you can't hear or see, let me know. But please hold questions, comments, and things like that until the end of the lesson, because it tends to be distracting while I'm talking. Let's see. Okay. Awesome, awesome. All righty. So we are going to begin with the prayer, and we're going to go step by step. Let us begin. And we're going to start with libations to ancestors. All right. And this is what's known as a hikara of water, something everyone should invest in if you're going to be pouring libations, or you can get a little wooden bowl, which is pretty much the same thing. Alrighty, here's my plant. Omi tutu, ona tutu, ashi tutu, tutu egungun yami, tutu egungun babami, tutu labroye, tutu ile, tutu ariku babawa, ibaye baye tonu, ibaye baye tonu, Shirley Josephine Holland Griffin. Call out your ancestors at this time as we pour. Feel free to do this at home because this is one of the steps. To all of the ancestors known and unknown, named and unnamed. Adunola, to all of the students within this class, Iashango Fumilayo, Kinkamashe Yaoshukimi, Kinkamashe Yaobemiga, Uyeleshe Bogumbe, Kinkamashe Farnole Beyin Bogumbe, Kinkamashe Oshola Osign, Ifafore, Ibashio, Ibaye Bayentono. Praying in Yoruba first, then I'll explain what I'm saying. Mojibalo Dumare, Mojibalo Fi, Mojibalo Ru, Mojibalo Joni, Oni Oduno Kwedumi, Oloruna Labo Shudaye, Oloruna Labo Shunife, Oloruna Laye, Oloruna Lemi, Olodumare Uba Atorere Kaje, Olodumare Mojiba Bobo Ekumeleshe, Olodumare Ibaye Bayentonu, Mojiba Tijo Ojo, Mojiba Tiwo Room, Mojiba Yayo Duno La, Mojiba Room, Mojiba Shukua, Mojiba Yogeria, Foko Jerry, Ashe, Ibashio. Now, usually, when you are praying and pouring libations, you want your plant to be on the ground. I put this one here in particular. Actually, I could have set it on the ground, but you want everything to be grounded, but I put it up so that you can see because it's on display tonight. Now, if anyone has any questions, please hold them towards the end of class. Please have your pen and paper out in order to take notes. So, the first thing is that people tend to get confused is, what is the difference between ancestors and spiritualism? The first thing is, anything that you do with your ancestors, your blood ancestors, known as Egungun or Egun, is usually done outside in nature. Food offerings, in the New World called servicios, are usually done outside. Either, but the thing is, in New York and places such as that, they may not have a backyard, so they usually tend to put their items on a porch, or they tend to put them either somewhere inside or in a garage or something such as that. But outside is the traditional way to honor ancestors, known as Egungun or Egun. Even in the New World practices, like I say, that they have their outside services to ancestors. Always outside or in a garage or on the side of the yard somewhere as much as possible, unless they live in a location to where that's not feasible. That's why a lot of people tend to get confused as to why are there ancestor altars inside? Why are there food altars inside? That's because due to, certain living situations, everybody can't go outside and just do their thing without people looking at them strange or the neighbors calling the cops or something such as that. Even though there's practice of, religious freedom and certain laws, certain people tend to look at it funny. And a lot of people who are honoring ancestors want to be discreet as possible. So that's why you see certain things outside. But if you can, do your best to go into nature to get started with that. Now, what is the difference between OB divination and your tarot cards, your runes, reading bones? Anything dealing with OB, coconut divination, such as this, with the light and the dark side, this is what we do outside for ancestors. Only time you'll really see OB necessarily being read inside if it's being read for the Orishas. But according to Odu Oshabile, if you are not initiated to Orishas, having your ceremony, your 7-day ceremony to have Orisha crown to your head, you're really not supposed to be petitioning Orishas with OB, and we can get into that in the Q&A. So you want to start with your foundation, which is ancestors. And, certain houses and elays, this can get controversial because they will say, well, people who are layos or uninitiated, they should not be throwing OB, but some houses, they do think that layos, which are people who are uninitiated, can throw OB. They'll say just throw it to your ancestors. Don't try to throw it to Orishas. Now, certain people who are uninitiated, but they have the warriors, which is the Eshu Elegba, or the Ogun pot, they tend to, some houses allow them to throw obi to their eshu. So that's pretty much it. If there's an orisha that you don't have, say for instance, you saw a Yemaya statue at the Botanica or online, you buy it, you should not be throwing obi to that, because that is not a legitimate Yemoja shrine without, you know, everything being put to your head in a ceremony. So this is only for ancestors. In Orisha tradition, we say Ikulobi Ocha, the ancestors come before the Orishas, because without them, that's where we miss our intuitive development. That's where we miss our discernment. So we want to make sure we get our vitamins and our nurturing from that ground level, even if we don't necessarily like our living family members. Just because, you know, certain people have issues with certain family members doesn't mean that all of your ancestors think like the family members that you do know, or the ones that recently passed away. Everybody in your bloodline is not going to be totally toxic. And there are certain divination practices in order to kind of help them elevate and do certain services for them, in order to improve the condition of the ancestors if there are a lot of troubled spirits in the bloodline. Now, this is the difference. This is Egungun ancestors, your blood ancestors, not Michael Jackson, not Nipsey Hussle, not Whitney Houston, but your blood ancestors. This is where we honor them, is in nature and outside. Because Ifa and Orisha tradition is a tradition all about nature, so nature is extremely important. And if I remember to do so, I'll kind of show you all a sample of how the service is done outside. But I have a video for you all. Check the description box. Any bonus links, your class quiz is in this description box. If we get cut off on this video, there's an emergency backup link, and the same information is there, and it will remain there. I'll go back and edit it in a little bit. So yes, nature and outside is for your blood ancestors. This is where you put your food offerings, your coffee, all of that different type of stuff. Spiritualism, spirit guides, ancestors, Lamadama, gypsy spirits, Congo spirits, reading tarot with your ancestors and guides, pendulum usage. This is inside. This is usually done at an inside ancestor altar. In the diaspora, it's known as a bovera. But different people call it different things throughout the diaspora. And the thing is, the bovera is not a mandatory item in your home. I always recommend that you actually do not start an inside ancestor altar to ancestors or spirit guides if you have a certain lifestyle where it really doesn't permit you to, you know, really commune like that. I would say you want to set up a sacred space rather than setting up that altar, because it is a commitment. You don't want everyone's eyes on it looking funny. Like, say for instance, if you have a spouse and they don't agree with what you're doing and what you're about, it's best just to go in nature when you can, whether in your backyard or at a park, the woods, somewhere safe, to leave your offerings for ancestors. Once again, the inside altar is optional. It is not mandatory to have an inside ancestor altar. I always say, if you go to places such as Yoruba land and in West Africa, you will rarely see anything for ancestors inside the house. The 4 elements are extremely important when honoring your ancestors: earth, air, fire, and water. That is why nature is a strong component of that. And in Yoruba culture, the ancestors are buried in the ground, not cremated, such as like in Hinduism or Eastern thought. So that's also an important reason why things are outside, because it is very important also to separate the land of the living versus the land of the ancestors. So everything is distinctive. The dishes we use for ancestors, we don't eat out of those dishes. We don't drink out of those dishes. Everything is separate. You want to keep a space there. Even when you are outside, there's a certain marking. Matter of fact, let me get some F and I'll show you. Just a second. Let me put this here so you can look at it good. I hope y'all can see it. Okay, I actually don't have any effluent in here, and I'm not going all the way downstairs. So there's a certain marking when you're doing a service to ancestors in your yard, to where it looks like a half of a sun with rays, and then the food is put in there. That represents a barrier or a border between the ancestral realm and the realm of the living. Now, going back to inside. So you're not going to be in nature reading your tarot cards and pendulums. I mean, You're not going to be doing all that on the outside. Outside is OB divination once again. Inside is where you do your spiritualism work, where you work with spirits such as Lamadama who are not in your bloodline. Let me see if you can see mine. I was going to hold off showing her. This is all your inside stuff. This is where you can read the cards to see what your gypsy or your Lamadama spirit is trying to tell you. Let me put it back. So, we're going to start with, once again, what goes on in nature. Then we'll get into spiritualism or espiritismo. So don't worry, I'll move everything up so that you all can see. Looking carefully, this is what we use to divine to our Egun. This is the beginning. If this is not mastered, then it's not time to go to the next level to throw OB to Eshu or, you know, when you initiate to other reaches. This is the perfect area to practice. This is what OB Agbon looks like. Agbon means coconut. Agbon also deals with wisdom. And it takes 4 pieces of these coconut. In Yoruba land, we use Obi Abata. I'm not teaching Obi Abata today. That's a different type of class. This is what is used in Yoruba land. You usually want a 4-valve of it. Let me break this one. But this is what ancestors used to throw Obi originally. It's a lot easier to get into. Now, it's very important that you have 4 pieces of the coconut. Now, when you go to the grocery store, here are some hacks. One thing that you want to know, pull out your pens and papers, is, and this is my experience for years and years, trust me on this, don't go to Whole Foods or the bougie grocery stores to get your coconuts or sprouts, etc. Go to like the Latino markets or the West African markets. I don't know what it is, but it's something about ethnic grocery stores where the coconuts are just more ready, and I'll tell you why. Number one, they tend to be more ripe. When you go to the grocery store, this is what you want your coconut to sound like. Can y'all hear that water in there? It needs to be full of water. If you go to the store and you get a coconut and it's not full of water, you're going to catch hell trying to open that thing. Trust and believe. You don't want it to be too thick. You want it nice and watery so you can get into it easier. So when you're at the grocery store, you always want to make sure you're shaking it to make sure it's filled with water. Once again, the Latino grocery stores, if you're in Houston, Fiesta, Food Town, etc., places like that are the place to get Obi Agbon, coconut. Now, once again, I repeat, you may want to take note, the cola nut is called Obi Abata. And like I say, we tend to use 4 valves of the Obi Abata, but also sometimes we can use a 2-valve Obi Abata. And then there are other ones as well, but we tend to stick to the standard 4 or the half, the one that has the 2 pieces in order to throw. But that's a different class for a different day. We're going to focus on the coconut and spiritualism in this particular series. So another thing too is you want to make sure you get 2 coconuts. Why? Because once you get home, once you crack open your coconut, you may find that the coconut is a little rancid or rotten, so you get an extra one just in case. Once you have done that, you want to make sure you have, let me write down the tools as a matter of fact. Let me get my pen. This is everything you're going to need to get started with Obi. Make sure you can see me. And excuse me if my handwriting is sloppy. Tools. This is for Obi. I'm going to always say 2 coconuts. And I'm going to put underneath there, filled with water. You may want to write this down. 2 coconuts filled with water. Give myself some more space to write. You're gonna need a white plate. Excuse my handwriting. Ooh, that's terrible. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on. Let me try that again so I can write it bigger. That might be too long. I don't know how to do my Zoom slides and all that stuff yet, so I'm old school. My teaching method tends to be more effective when I'm doing everything by hand. Tools. Don't laugh too much. Number 1, 2 coconuts. Now, say for instance you go to the Latino market or somewhere, or you're in a different country and they don't speak English, you just say cocos. Necesito dos cocos, por favor. Cocos. In Yoruba land, say for instance you're in Nigeria, you need a coconut, usually it's obi over there. You can find obi in abundance. You would say agbon. Now, one note before talking about the rest of the tools. The New World elders say that the coconut is hard to get into because the message is it takes certain hardships and lessons, and being hard-headed like Obi was, there's a history behind Obi. Being hard-headed is like having to knock it open in order to get to the wisdom. The wisdom is inside. So certain hardships and hard knocks make you wiser. So that is the reason why they call it the agbon in general, even though agbon is a Yoruba word. Next up, you will need, I hope y'all can see that. Can y'all see? Can y'all see? White plate. I almost wish I would have done this in Zoom. Let's see. Y'all okay? I see yeses. What's going on there? Okay. Bottle of water. Let me put this. Bottle, glass, or bowl of water. Excuse my handwriting. Horrible. Hammer. You're gonna need a hammer. Butter knife. And lots of patience. Now, when you're opening the coconut, another reason why you want to go to, the barrio to get your coconut is because, once again, you go get that Whole Foods coconut. Once you're opening that thing and you have to separate the obi from the shell, you are going to find, it may pinch your fingers, and I've had situations where I've had blood coming out my fingers trying to open the darn thing. So once again, those Latino and ethnic grocery stores, the coconuts tend to be easier to get into. So once you bust open, first of all, let me tell you the steps with that. 2 cocos, white plate, bottle, glass, or bowl of water, hammer, butter knife. Now, some extra bonuses. Let's see what we got here. You want to have some gin on hand, and I'll tell you why you're going to need gin, just in case, and palm oil. Because there's certain signs that can be very hot to bring into your home when you're throwing obi. That's another reason why you want to be very careful with throwing obi, because you can bring some funky energy into your house if this is not done correctly. This is not Ouija board. This is not child's play. This is strictly for asking your ancestors if your offerings have been accepted. So, grocery list or supply list: 2 coconuts, white plate, bottle, glass, or bowl of water, hammer, butter knife, gin, palm oil. Oh, and another important thing, this isn't the tool, a clean body. You don't want to just be getting up from the bed with your husband or wife and you haven't bathed. It's very important that you're clean when you go to obi. You want to be very respectful if you want to make sure you're making the right connection. This is also another way to protect yourself from unclean spirits or mischievous spirits. You always want to be clean when you start off and you do anything such as that. And anytime you are working with your ancestors, especially outside, we usually take efu, known as powdered eggshell or cascarilla, and we mark it to the forehead. That's another means of protection as well. And we tend to cover our head, or at least the top of our head, and we tend to wear white colors. Some of the elders say that wearing white, it gets your spirit's attention, your higher spirit's attention. Now, this is not to be confused with racism, because we know certain groups of people, they're not literally this color. So it's a totally different thing. It doesn't have anything to do with inferiority of black or white. It's just that Black is, it's infinity, it's melanin, it's beautiful, but certain things can hide in the dark. If I turn these lights out right now, it's not necessarily bad. The bad and good is in the dark. So we work with the energy of a sign known as a Jobe in order to get things done. Also, you don't want to bring in the toxic ancestors. So there's certain ways you want to make sure that you protect yourself as much as possible, because like attracts like. Please note that. So now that you're home, I'm going to go to the steps. Once again, be patient with my handwriting. Okay, you're clean, your body's ready, you're all dressed up in your attire. If you're rushing or you have to go to work and you have some questions you want to ask them, you know, just make sure you have on some light colored clothes as much as possible. We can see and hear you well. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Rita. You want, once again, you want to make sure that you have on some light colors at least if you're in a rush. So, steps. You got all your tools. Your body is clean. You're in the right state of mind. You don't want to do this after you just come back from having margaritas. You also want to consider time of day. The elders tend to say it's not really good to throw Obi after 6 p.m., especially with Egun. Now, if you're talking about using Chimalongos, which is a Palomayombe, that's nighttime, but that's a totally different system. We're not getting into that today. This is strictly Egun from the Yoruba perspective, not the Congo Palomayombe perspective. So, in preparation, step 1, you want to be very respectful of the coconut, because Obi is actually a spirit. And in order to invoke the proper spirit, you have to handle it in a certain way, in a respectful manner. I thought my hammer was up here, but I'm going to use something else as a substitute for a hammer. You want to wash the coconut under the sink, because it's going to have a lot of rind and all that type of coconut dust coming off the rind of the brown part. So you want to wash it and rinse it really good under the sink. That's step 1. Rinse your coconut, because everybody's hands have been on it. Please take notes. Let me know if I need to slow down. Give me a 2 if you need me to slow down with anything I'm demonstrating. And remember, you can go back and play this back. Also, hit the like button as well, y'all, so that we don't get booted off and have to move to the emergency link, please. Please do not share this video. Only the public video. So you're going to rinse your coconut. Then you're going to take the coconut in your left hand. I'm left-handed, so it's a little difficult for me. Let's pretend this is a hammer, okay? Because I'm not going all the way downstairs. Okay, so you have your Obi in your left hand. You have your coconut in your left hand. You're going to take your hammer and you're going to strike until you get it. Never bang Obi. Never bang your coconut against concrete or the counter. You always open it with a hammer in a respectful manner. Not with a machete, etc., with your hammer. Left hand, work it with your right hand. If you're right-handed, this will be easier for you than us left-handed people. Once it's open, you want to make sure you have a bowl or something to catch that coconut water in. As soon as it opens, let me write this down. Hold in left hand. Strike with right hand. Not on hard surface. You want to strictly use a hammer. Now, if you don't have a hammer, then I don't know, you may have to get creative, but there's a way you want to do it respectfully so that you don't offend the spirit of Obi. Rinse coconut, hold left hand, strike with right hand. Catch the coconut water, because you can actually add it to your libation bowl, to your hikara or your whatever it is that you're using. You want to save that coconut water to keep things cool, because you can set your coconut valves in there. Catch the coconut water. Soon as you get the coconut to open, the first thing you want to say is Ago Obi, which is spelled A-G-O. Ago Obi. Ago bop bop, or bop bop bop. Ago Obi. Once it splits open and then you catch that coconut water. Ago means with your permission. With your permission. So it's giving respect. Respect is very important in Yoruba tradition for everything that we do. And the reason why we go through these protocols and steps is because we don't want to waste our time going through all this trouble, getting a coconut busted and open and then get inaccurate answers. So in order to get the most effective answers, we go through these steps to be safe. Now, we can freestyle with other means such as tarot pendulum, but when it comes to this, you want to be very careful because once again, you're inviting certain energies, both positive and potentially negative, in your home. So please do your best to follow these steps as much as possible. The water should be put into a bowl. Water should be caught into a bowl. Like you can have a bowl nearby when you open it, and then just I go Obi, let the coconut water go in there. Then you want to take some cool water and you can add to that coconut water. So once you've done that, you're going to go through the process of separating the meat of the coconut. See, the hard shell is gone. We take that off. You want to separate this from the hard shell. So that's step number 5. Separate. Please hold certain questions at the end. Just write them down in your notes so that you remember to ask me, please. That way I don't get distracted. Separate the meat of the coconut from shell. Separate the meat of the coconut from the shell. That's step number 5. And that's the most difficult part. This is where you're going to need your butter knife. When you get in there and you open your coconut and you're separating, you're gonna kind of take it, and if you notice this butter knife is kind of bent. This has come from me using it to open Obi a lot. You just scoop in there as much as possible and you start digging out the pieces. You want to keep the dark part because you're gonna need that, because the light and the dark is very distinctive, because that's how you're gonna determine your answers. And if you look at this, it's very jagged right now. I kept it like that for a reason. So I'm gonna show you why. Once you get all your meat separated from the hard shell, make sure we're on point. You want to start to number 6, round. Just a second. Round your coconut pieces. Into a flat, circular shape. And if you don't want to pay attention to my handwriting, just listen to me talk and then just rewind when the video is done. So now that we've separated the coconut from the hard shell, you can go ahead and throw that hard shell away. Some people save the hard shell and they make chimolongos out of it. You want your coconut to be about this size. And so you're going to take your butter knife and you're going to start to kind of round those jagged pieces such as this. Hope you can see what I'm doing. Because let me tell you this, when it falls and it's too round, it may give you a kind of an accurate answer. So you want to kind of flatten it out a little bit so that nature doesn't interfere. Also, another thing to note, coconut became the substitute for Obi Abata, because in places such as Cuba and in the diaspora, it was very difficult to find coconut in the New World, so they had to improvise and use the coconut with permission from the orishas and the spirits. So right now I'm rounding this off. You'll see what I'm doing. Let me stand up. Hope y'all can see what I'm doing. I'm rounding off my pieces. Everybody doesn't do this either. This is a traditional way. Like I say, from house to house, certain things vary. Some people don't even bother rounding it off, but I find that it helps quite a lot. And you tend to avoid the Obi falling on its side and certain things like that. So I'll kind of skim off some of the top to flatten it out a little bit. Just a little bit, just little pieces. And it doesn't have to be perfectly rounded. You just want it round enough. Let's see. Hope y'all can see what I'm doing. So at the end of the day, you want it to end up being a little flatter. Let me show you the contrast. Here's a piece that's a little raggedy and jagged. It hasn't been shaped yet. versus this has been a little more shaped. Like I said, it doesn't have to be perfect, but you want it to look, let's see, let me show you my example. And let's see what we got. Let me show you this, but it's not going to show you like dark the way you want. You want it to look something like this. So, flat. You can rinse some of that extra rind off of it. So we're going to go about and do all 4 pieces. I will not be doing actual invocation, but I'm going to show you the steps. Reason is because we're inside. Another thing to note while I'm talking, just in case I forget, if you are a woman of childbearing age, it is very important that you do not see the first throw of Obi. How I tend to remedy that is I have my son there to read the Obi throws or have him throw Obi for me, especially now. So keep rounding off your pieces. And if you have a coconut at home and you have your tools with you, I don't know if I included coconut, you can practice this yourself. Just keep rounding it. If you have a godparent or you're a member of an Orisha Ile, depending on if you're in a diaspora Ile, they're going to have you training to do this. Like if you go to their house and they're having an event, they need help, they're going to have you doing what I'm showing you right here. Thank you, thank you. Keep rounding, keep rounding. Y'all can catch up on notes while I do this. Once again, be careful with your fingers. Some people will take like an old dish rag, an old clean dish rag, and wrap their coconut in it, holding their left hand, strike with their right. They say it lessens the chances of them hurting themselves when they're opening the Obi. But like I say, that doesn't protect you when you're scooping it out. That's why I tend to get those cuts and things. Let's hold comments towards the end, please, loves. That way I don't get distracted. I appreciate your comments. Unless it's an emergency, such as sound or you can't hear or see me, or we get disconnected. I'm continuing to round off, hoping up when y'all sleep. But I want to show y'all the finished product. I saved this just for this purpose, so you can watch me do it. I'm carving with the edge of the butter knife, so I can show you what they look like by the size that they change once we're done. Once again, the use of coconut versus African Obi Abata is because the slaves in Cuba and places such as that, they did not have access to coconut, so they had to improvise. This one's getting ready to split in half. Oh my goodness. Another thing to note too, please put this down. You want to try to get 8 pieces of coconut out of 1 coconut. Why is that? Just in case you get a hot letter and you need to start over, you already have some Obi opened up for you. So try to get 8 pieces, not just 4. I'm going to show you 4 today because that's the minimum, but you want to have 8 just in case you have to start the process over again. Because, like I say, if your spirits get heated with the questions you ask, and that's why you have to be careful with questions you ask with Obi, then once again, you're going to have to reopen it and make sure you refresh your home environment or your sacred space once you've opened this up. Remember, this is usually either done outside, in a garage, you know, like in a yard. If you don't have access to that, because there are elders that live in apartments and things, they'll do this inside, but with a lot of discretion. And they tend to still distinguish outside Egun work with ancestors versus, and Egun is ancestors, versus spiritualism. They're Bovida, the things they do with their Bovida, if they have one, is different than what they do with the Obi coconuts. It's a distinct difference. They'll tell you. So, sometimes too, if you have a hikara, which is this bowl, wooden bowl, it won't always stand up steady. So some people will take a paper towel and kind of roll it like this. Let me show you. This one's wet too. You want to twist it and make a circle. Twist it, make a circle, and then you sit it under there and it will level your bowl to keep it steady. Now, if you have a flat bowl, you won't have that problem. So let me show you the 4 Obi and the size that they usually look. Sometimes they're bigger than this, not always this small. But once again, flat and smooth is important. Can y'all see that? We have 4 pieces. Put the butter knife up. Y'all give me a 1 if you're doing okay. Let me check in with y'all. Making sure I'm not moving too fast. Y'all give me a 1 if you're okay. Can y'all hear me? Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So next up, once you've rounded your coconut pieces in a circular shape, you have your bowl of water. Thank you, loves. You have your bowl of water. And what you're going to do is, this is what I tend to do. I usually either take these broken pieces, and these aren't the slivers, and I tend to either give them, depending on who I'm divining to, I give them to ancestors. I just kind of throw them in the yard, depending on where I'm doing things. If it's for the Orishas, I just tend to throw it at the crossroads, like in the street for Eshu, the broken pieces, which are like the runts of the rounded edges. And this is how I was trained to do it. Let me put this over here so I can make a neat plate. I'll set it here. Okay. And I'll hold up the plate for you. Give me just 1 second, I'm just neatening up. This little bowl that you have here is for your libations. You want to take your 4 or 8 pieces and you can put them on here. You always want them right side up. That shows good intentions. That represents alafia, which is peace, blessings, health, quality of life, long life. And you want to have them on there like this. And that's how you prepare your obi. Let me put preparation steps on here, because then we're going to go on to the steps of how to invoke obi and the importance of doing that. Preparation steps. Once again, let's go over this one more time. Rinse your coconut. Hold the coconut in your left hand, strike with your right, never on a hard surface, out of respect. Catch the coconut water in a bowl as it's opening. As you crack it open, you could put it in a hikara or a different bowl. And then you want to mix your cool water with your coconut water in the hikara. You don't want to let that good coconut water go to waste. And then as the coconut opens, you say, Ago Obi. Ago means with your permission. Next, you want to separate the meat of the coconut with your butter knife. You want to dig in there and get the coconut rind out. Make sure that you preserve the brown part, the inner brown part, not the shell. And then you round your coconut pieces in a flat circular shape for better accuracy when you're casting. And now we will begin talking about the steps. One second. Let me make sure I have everything I want to tell you all about the tools. Glass, bowl, or hikara. Oh, I'm sorry. Glass, wooden bowl, or bottle of water. If you don't have a wooden bowl or a glass, you can just use your bottle of water to do obi. Or say if you're not at home, then bottle of water is okay. The hikara, which is the bowl, is not always mandatory, but if you're at home, then yes, it's preferred. 2 fresh coconuts. Why do we have the extra coconut? Just in case the first one is bad when we open it, it's rotten, because sometimes it has green gunk on it, so you don't want to use that. You want to try to use a coconut that's ripe but still fresh as much as possible. You need a hammer, butter knife, white plate, and you want to try to get 8 pieces out of one of the coconuts just in case you need backup. Also, just in case you have a hot leather that comes up, you want to have palm oil at hand, and you want to have gin at hand just in case you need to appease, and sometimes even honey depending on what comes up. Just 1 second, you all. Give me 1 second. Let me go out of here real quick. Just 1 second. Before I go get my steps, why is invocation important? Say for instance you have children, or either you have your parent around or an elder, and you're at their house and you get up in the morning and you don't tell them good morning, how are you today, and you just go in there and you say, is breakfast ready, and you don't even say good morning. You may get a bad response if you don't at least say good morning, or hey, how are you, rather you want to make sure that you're respectful as possible, because if you say I'm in a rush and I got my coconuts ready, I just want to start throwing, that's kind of like saying to spirit that you're being disrespectful. So like once again, if you want accurate answers, the Mojuba, spelled M-O-J-U-B-A, Mojuba, paying homage, is very, very important. So that's why it's kind of like greeting. It's getting their attention. That way you're not just, because anybody can take some coconuts and throw them on the ground and get a position of answers. That's just physics and gravity. But if you want an answer from spirit and the right spirits, the prayer, invocation, which is calling them, getting their attention, letting them know that you're invoking them, that's very important. Otherwise, you may as well not even waste your time. If you don't have time to do that, just wait another day when you can. Just 1 second, you all can catch up on notes. All right, here we go. So we begin with prayer. Now, depending on what you believe, if you don't believe in a creator, then that's a different story. Then once again, you're going into physics. Invocation is extremely important. So I'm going to say a prayer in Yoruba, but since you're throwing to your ancestors, let me note this. What my elders have advised me is you do not have to say this prayer. If you are interested, well, no, I won't do that. That's too much information, but I'll say the Yoruba prayer, and I'm going to kind of give you a little rough translation of what it means. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a paraphrase message that you can say in English. If you've seen my video about the importance of understanding the semantics and the language of what you're saying, then you understand that if it doesn't have any meaning to you, if it doesn't hit your heart when you are saying it, it's just like you're just blabbering. It's kind of like saying mama, say mama, sa, mama, kusa. It really doesn't matter. So if you're saying some Yoruba words and you don't even know what you're saying without feeling, it's not going to invoke anything, especially with your ancestral bloodline. So I'm going to show you a paraphrase where you can say this in English. As long as you are praying from the heart to begin with, that is very important. But I give you a few Yoruba terms that you can incorporate into whatever English that you are using. So what I tend to do is at this point, and I'm going to read off my notes too, because I know all this, but I want to make sure I don't miss anything. I tend to stand up. I tend to face east. It doesn't matter. Most people won't face east, but this is what I do. And I tend to hold the plate over my head, and I tend to begin to invoke the creator of all things, creator of our ancestors, guides, orishas, spirits, our souls. And I say, once again, like I did in the beginning, Mojuba lo dumari, Mojuba lo fi, Mojuba lo rum, Mojuba lo joni, Onyo duma kwedu, Olaruna labo shudaye, Olaruna labo shunife, Olaruna laye, Olaruni lemi, Olodumari oba atarere kaje, Olodumari, Mojuba bobo eku imbeleshe, Olodumari ibaye bayentonu, Mojuba atijo ojo, Mojuba atiwo orun, Mojuba ayaye odun oni odun odun ola, Mojuba lo run, Mojuba oshukua, Mojuba ele ogeri afoko jeri, Ashe, Ashe, Ashe. It is not important that you say this in Yoruba because once again, it's not like you're invoking the orishas. So what you're saying is, easier paraphrased way. Step 1, honor to the creator. You want the creator involved. Because if you don't have the creator involved and you get a mischievous spirit in the mix that's pretending to be your ancestor, then you only have yourself to blame. So you always got to involve the creator, because when you involve the creator, you're enlisting the protection of the creator that lives within you. We call the creator Olodumare in Orisha tradition. Let's see, yeah. So, paraphrase way you can say this. You take your Obi. I give honor, however you call the Creator. I give honor to the Most High. I give honor to divine source, my strength, my light, my rock. I thank you for this day. I thank you for the awakening sun. I thank you for the setting sun. I thank you for my ancestors, spirit guides, and spiritual allies that sit at the feet of Lodumare. I thank you for the presence and alignment of my higher self, my Ori. I thank you this day. Thank you for giving me your permission to use Obi to invoke my ancestors and get the answers I need. You can say something like that, but the main thing is you want to speak from your heart when you are saying this. So, once again, you don't have to say Moju ba 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 ba. You can just speak from the heart. Make sure you're acknowledging the Creator. That's step one, acknowledging the Creator. Step two, acknowledge. Hold on one second. Yeah. After that, yes, I'm sorry, I'm about to miss a point. Libations. When you do this and you know it by heart, explaining it to someone step by step is different. Like say for instance, if you know how to do a dance step or you know how to cook some food, you having to explain ingredients, it's like you always have to remember, okay, because you do it so natural. So I've been doing this for over 15 years, so this is why. I have to make sure I remember to explain it to you in a way where you're going to grasp it to where it's effective. So libations are next. And remember, you're standing up when you're doing this. I'm sitting down so that you can see me. But you're standing, all of this in invocation to the Creator, libations. You want to take, and if you had an appointment with me before, you've heard me say this, the bowl in your left hand, just like the Obi, when you're opening it, and then you want to sprinkle with your right hand, preferably on the earth. If you're doing a service for ancestors, that's often done on concrete, like if you're in the diaspora tradition. Let me move this back a little bit. It's often done on concrete. But the best place to do this, if you're able to, is in the grass or the ground. Not turf, not a football field, but real earth. And you're going to say like this, and I'll give you a paraphrase because you don't have to say this necessarily because it's just ancestors. Not going into Orisha. Omi tutu. Left hand, right hand. Ona tutu. Tutu e gungu yami. Ibaye bayentonu. Tutu e gungun baba mi, ibaye bayentonu. Tutu la roye, tutu ile, tutu ariku babawa. That is what you were saying. So what I just said was omi tutu, cool water. Ona tutu, cool road. Tutu e gungun iyami. I refresh the ancestors of my mother. Tutu e gungun baba mi. I refresh the ancestors of my father. Tutu La Roye, I refresh the Orisha Ilegba La Roye, messenger of the crossroads between heaven and earth. We always involve him because nothing can be done without the help of Eshu, according to Odu Oshe to Ra. And then we say, Tutu Ile, I refresh my home. And then Tutu Ariku Babawa, I give refreshment so that I do not perish before my parents, or so that I do not die before my time. So that's what I pretty much said. And I'll write that down on a separate paper. Matter of fact, I'll come back to this one. Let me show you what I said. Where's my marker? So libations are always important. Why libations important? Because that's how you open the cipher to the other spirits. Once you give an acknowledgement and you get the permission of the Creator to proceed, libations gets their attention and lets them know, hey, I'm here. Like say for instance, if you're asleep, somebody pours water on you, it awakens you. So that's why we pour libations. We always begin our sessions with libations. If you're in a diaspora tradition, they'll do libations and they may add a white candle to it because the light also gets your ancestors' attention. I hope you all are following me. And we will go through the review in the Zoom class and we'll talk towards the end. So don't worry if you have questions, I will take the time to answer it. Omi is water. Omi tutu. Tutu means coolness. So Omi tutu means cool water. In Yoruba, the noun, the noun comes before the adjective or whatnot. So cool water. And so instead of saying tutu omi, we say omi tutu, kind of like in Spanish, how they describe the noun first, then the adjective. So omi tutu, and then ona tutu. Once again, tutu means coolness, refreshment. Ona means road, cool road. Let me know if I'm going too fast. I hope y'all are taking notes, because we're having a quiz at the end, so you may want to be writing right now, my brothers and sisters. Omi tutu, cool water. Ona tutu, cool road. And some people, they go straight to tutu la roye, tutu ile, tutu ariku babawa. But since we're incorporating the ancestors according to my elders, tutu egungun. Egungun is spelled E-G-U-N-G-U-N. In the New World, they just say tutu egun iyami, but they spell it like egg, E-G-G-U-N. Ashe. Okay, is it still freezing? Can y'all hear me? I won't go further till I make sure that you all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Please give me a 1 if you can hear me. Okay. Tutu egungun iyami. Or you can say tutu egun iyami. Tutu is cool. Egungun is ancestor. Iyami is my mother. Iyami means my mother or mother. Iya means mother. Tutu egungun iyami. I refresh the ancestors of my mother. Tutu egungun iyami. Then tutu egungun baba mi. I refresh the ancestors of my father. Got that? And then, hope I'm not getting too low. Tutu la roye. La roye is an aspect of the Orisha known as Eshu Ilegba. He is the messenger between mortals and immortals. In our Odus of Ifa and Orisha tradition, especially Ifa, there's an Odu called Oshe Otura, which says that nothing can be done without the help of Eshu. Even though the ancestors come before Eshu, Eshu is the Orisha that must be honored first before the other Orisha. So we always include him, whatever it is. We always want to refresh the messenger of the crossroads, because he has the ability to open the gateway for the good ancestors to come through and to close the gate to negative ancestors. So you want to always give him some attention so that he doesn't cause mischief with what you're doing with your ancestors, or start trolling your Obi session. Tutu la roye, T-U-T-U-L-A-R-O-Y-E. And I'm just going to paraphrase this in English. I refresh the messenger, so you remember who he is, of the crossroads. Or you can say, I refresh the divine messenger of the crossroads between heaven and earth. And then tutu ile. Ile is house. I refresh my house. I refresh my home. I refresh my sacred space. T-U-T-U. Ile, it looks like aisle, but it's I-L-E. Tutu ile. I refresh my house. Omi tutu, ona tutu. Tutu egungun yami, tutu egungun babami, tutu la roye, tutu ile. Sometimes people add ashe tutu up there, but it's kind of like saying, forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors versus forgive us our trespasses. So it doesn't, that's fine. As long as you're saying this, you're on the right track. Omi tutu, ona tutu, tutu egungun yami, tutu egungun babami, tutu la roye, tutu ile, tutu ariku, and I'll spell it out, baba wa or iya wa. Tutu ariku. Ariku is life. A-R-I-K-U. Baba is father. B-A-B-A-Y. I refresh, or I give refreshment so that I don't perish before my time. Okay? Omi tutu, ona tutu. Tutu egungun yami, tutu egungun baba mi, tutu la roye, tutu ile, tutu ariku baba wa. Asheo, you know, add ashe at the end. Next up, let me go back to the steps. You can start calling on certain ancestors. First of all, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. You want to tell your ancestors, hey, it's me, I'm calling you. Step 3, introduce yourself. That's the best way to describe that. I'm sorry. Ori iminani ifa Adunola fayemi oshufumike adu etc. etc. So what you're saying is, on a different sheet of paper, you're introducing yourself, even though they already know who you are. You still want to let them know. Ibaye, Ibaye or Iba means I pay homage, I give praise. It's like Mojuba. Bayin, it's a phrase we use for ancestors. Tonu, I, B, A, E, Ibaye. Bayin is B-A-Y-E-N. Those are 3 different words. Tonu, T-O-N as in Nancy, U. Egun or Egungun. Ara. Orun, citizens of heaven. Ara Orun means citizens of heaven. Ori, Imi, Nani. And I'll spell it out. That's where you write your name. You're introducing yourself. And we'll go through the steps. I'm just kind of doing it kind of slow. And if anyone wants to volunteer to do the reenaction or the demonstration on Zoom, that's welcomed as well. Ibaye bayento nuegun ara orun ori imi nani. Ifa shimilore, Ifa Adunola, Mikimi Oshunfumike, etc. etc. And then you can use your birth name. So what you can say is, you ain't gotta go through all that. What you can say is, I pay homage to my ancestors. Ancestors, I greet you. My name is so and so and so and so. You can give your birth name, or you can give the name that they would know you by. Now, if you call yourself Sweet Zara, I don't know, whatever, and that's just kind of like a social media name, you may not want to use that. You can either use initiation names, or you can use your birth name that they would know you by. So you just, without having to say that, you just introduce yourself. Just paraphrase it from the heart, as long as you're doing that. Hello, it's me again. So that's what you're doing with that. Let me make sure we're on the right track. Step 1, honoring the Creator. Step 2, libation. Step 3, introduce yourself. Step 4, make sure I got this correct. Kinkamashe. This is where you're asking for protection. Kinkamashe, do not let anything bad happen. That's where you start praying for your protection at this particular point once you introduced yourself. Kinkamashe is spelled K-I-N-K-A, M as in Mary, A-S-H-E, or in Yoruba, they will leave the H out and it'd be K-I-N-K-A, M as in Mary, A-S-E, Kinkamashe, which you are enlisting protection. First and foremost, you got to put the oxygen mask on you first. So you can say, instead of saying Kinkamashe, you can say, ancestors, I'm enlisting that you protect. Don't let anything bad happen to me when I'm doing this. Don't let me be harmed physically, spiritually, emotionally, or any other type of way. I pray for your protection for myself, Kinkamashe. Some people start with their elders. And then if you have a godparent or you have a teacher or mentor, you want to always include them in Kinkamashe. That's how it's done. You call your lineage, because this is lineage based. The reason why I'm not talking about lineage as much in this class is because it's for people, you may not be in an Ile, you may not be in an Ocha lineage, you may not have a godparent. So I'm keeping it super simple to begin with. And if you ever join someone's Orisha house, then they can kind of tell you who your lineage is, because you need to know who your elders are. It's very important to call your elders names, because you're going to need to enlist their protection and their participation in this, because you have your blood ancestors and you also have your initiatory ancestors from the house who crowns Orisha to your head if you have to go that far. If you're not worried about going that far, don't worry about it. So Kinkamashe, you're asking for your own protection. You ask for protection for your children, your loved ones, your family, whoever it is that's around you, and your mentor. So Kinkamashe Oba Ilumi, Kinkamashe, and you can start calling the names of those who you are concerned with that you're enlisting protection. Always include your elders in that. That's very important. And if your elder is too toxic or you don't want to pray for their protection, then you're in the wrong place. So Kinkamashe, Kinkamashe, is how it's spelled in the diaspora. So let me read off my notes. I pray for protection for myself. Also, you can say stuff like, I pray that my eyes will always see. I pray for my father's protection. I pray for my mother's protection. I pray for my children, sister, husband, whoever it is, wife. I pray for my loved ones. That's what you're saying at this time. You're asking for protection of everyone in your space, in your home, and the people you interact with in your daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly life. Y'all need to catch up. Am I going too fast? Now, if you are invoking an Orisha, there will be a certain prayer to Eshu that you will do at this particular point. Thank you, baby. It will be a particular prayer that you will do to Eshu to open the way. But since we're not doing that, this is ancestors, I'm just going to say, I go. Which means with your permission, ancestors. I go Egungun. Let me play Egungun. But I go Egun. Egun is fine. You don't have to say Egungun. I go with your permission. I come to you, I'm paraphrasing. I come to you to question Obi. So you're just asking permission. You can paraphrase that however you want to say it. Make sure I'm on point here. Okay, here we go. Yes. This is the part. Remember, you're standing up doing all of this. We're only sitting down because we're in the class. Let me write this down first before I'll show you. So don't forget to write it down. Step 6, break off little pieces of the Obi. And let me write that down. Obinibi. Obinibi. And then we have something in Yoruba cosmology that we call Osobo or Ibi, Ayewo. And those are misfortunes that can happen to people. And they tend to come in the form of death, sickness, loss, all the bad stuff, Eshuba. So we want to clear all that negative energy. We're opening the way. I know it seems like it takes a long time, but usually this whole process will take you about 8 to 10 minutes. Even though it looks long, once you get the swing of it, this is only going to take you 8 to 10 minutes, and you can start casting. Very important that you do this if you want protection. If you don't, then go ahead and cast and get you an accurate answer. Break off little pieces of the Obi. Now, what we tend to say here, Obinibi means may Obi not pronounce. I'm a law of attraction type of person. I feel like I don't like to call certain negativities when I'm throwing Obi, so I tend to reword this part if I'm saying it in English. But how we say this, Obinibi Iku, Obinibi Arun, Obinibi Eyo, Obinibi Wahala, Obinibi Ofo, Obinibi Araye, Obinibi Osobondo, Eshuba, Eshuba. You're getting rid of all that negative energy. Snap your hands, Eshuba. You're getting rid of all the bad stuff, all the funky energy, all the arguments and negative energy. So what you're saying is, Obini B means, Obini comes from Obirin, which means woman. So Obini, even though we're talking about Obi now, Obini, may Obi not pronounce the negative possibilities. O-B-I-N is a Nancy, I. Obini is also a woman in New World Yoruba and Cuba. They call it Obini instead of Obirin. And then B means E-B, so B-I. And those are two different words. And then you start saying, what you can say in English is, may Obi not pronounce any negativity. May all negativity, all danger, all bad luck, all health, all sickness, all danger, may it all be dissipated, all calamity, all loss, all negative entities. May all of that be cleared out of the path. Eshuba. And I dropped my water. Eshuba. Eshuba. You get rid of all the negativity. Very important. Remember I told you I'm going to show you how to protect yourself when you're doing this. Let me tell you why protection is also important. Some people, they feel like, I ain't got to go through all that. It's people who have actually lost their mind doing stuff like this, playing around with Ouija boards. And there was a case where there was a girl, she wanted to invoke Papa Legba, and she didn't know anything about that particular system, and she ended up dying. So I'm telling you, this is safe if you do it the right way. It's kind of like saying, if you shoot a gun and you don't have training on how to shoot it, a proper protocol, you could hurt yourself. Even if you're using a knife, there's a certain way to do things. Even when I was a chef, there was a certain way we had to hold our fingers so we don't cut our fingers off. So this is why we go through all these protocols. It may seem like, dang, like that's just too much trouble. No, everything in the universe has its order, its rhyme and reason if you want to be in a realm of protection. But if you want a free spirit and freestyle this, then like I say, you would be on your own doing that, whoever attempts this. So what you're pretty much saying is, may Obi take away all the negative possibilities. Then you want to start asking in the same step 6, requesting blessings. You want to start invoking blessings. After you've asked for what you don't want, it's time to ask for what you do want. Now, how we say it is, we tend to say something like, we'll say, Kosi Iku, Kosi Arun. That's to get rid of negativity. Fun-mi means give me. Fun-mi, F-U-N-M-I, Fun-mi. It looks like fun, but it's fun, F-U-N-me, give me. Fun-mi means give me. Give me ire. Ire is blessings, good fortune. We say, Fumini or Fumini ire ariku, Fumini ire aye, Fumini ire oma, Fumini ire ola, Fumini ire ariku babawa, etc. All the good possibilities, health, long life, all the good things that people pray for. You start praying for that. You don't have to say it in Europe, but just start praying. Remember, pray for protection from what you don't want, then pray for what you do want. You're asking them to protect you from certain things, and you're asking them for what you want them to bring in. You're also praying for your bloodline and your lineage, because if they remain toxic, then everybody else gets left behind, because you're karmically connected to your ancestors, whether you like them or not. So you're praying at this time. May Lord protect all of us. May all of us be blessed. May family curses be removed. All of that type of stuff you want to include in your prayers. Just 1 second, make sure I'm still on point, so I don't miss a point to tell you. So you're asking permission. Oh yes, I'm sorry, I didn't even show you how to do a Benny. Okay, we're still on that point. I'm gonna get up and show you. So you take little bitty pieces with your fingernail. I don't have long fingernails right now. I don't have my nails on. About this size right here, if you can see that. See that? When you're asking for what you don't want, you take these little bitty pieces. You're just gonna break off little pieces. Obini be equal. Obi not pronounce negativity, and you're breaking off pieces. You're giving them to whatever, to your ancestors. Obini be. May Obi not pronounce negativity. May we be protected from the negative possibilities. And you want to start asking for what you do want, and you give them little pieces. You want Obi to bring good news. You don't want to bring a negative letter, which we're going to talk about in a minute. You want to bring coolness, evolution, light, goodness, balance, love, joy. Nobody does this to, become traumatized. You know what I'm saying? So you want to break off your little pieces, and you're going to be putting them to your ancestral court on the earth or wherever you're doing this. Little pieces like that. Can y'all see that? And you let them fall to the earth or wherever you're doing it. And this is what I have. I have something called teha. When I was in the Lukumi tradition, I still have it and I still use it when I'm outside with ancestors. If you look at the bonus video here, you'll see my teha of Egun. And that's why I give them their food offerings, and that's why I would throw the slivers of coconut or to the earth or in front of the altar that I have for that. I actually moved mine in the garage. It's not outside anymore, so it would get rained on. And so you're asking, you're praying for protection from what you don't want, you're praying for what you do want. So after you've done that, let me back this up. You're gonna hold the obi. I don't need a new sheet of paper too, because I'm getting too low. You won't see it. Let me write this down. And I'll move my table up further, so don't worry if you can't see this far. Ile mo wo. Hold in left hand first. So you always want to have your pieces upward. That's showing the Lodumare, the creator, however you call the Most High, your positive intentions. You're coming with your hands open, because this when it's on the white side, it represents open hands. You know, when somebody coming with ulterior motives, they hide their hands in their pocket. They put their hands away. So in this case, the darkness will represent the hidden, the unforeseen. So you want to tell them, hey, I'm coming with good intentions. I'm not joking around here. I'm sincere. So you put it the white side up, like it's like showing, hey, I didn't steal nothing from you. My hands are clean. So that's why you put it white side up. If you follow me, you may want to take notes. So you're holding the obi in your hand. You can stack them like this. It's easier to hold. And what you're doing is, I'm getting to the point I can't bend over anymore at this point. So let's pretend like this is earth. Okay, can y'all see that? So I got them in my left hand. Ile mukwo akwaye. 2. Can you hear me? Give me a 1 if you can hear me. Give me a 1 if you can hear me. I won't go any further till y'all let me know y'all can hear me. That way I don't miss a step for you all. Please give me a 1 if you can hear me. Somebody. Okay, thank you. Sorry to disturb you. Just want to make sure, because when you go back and look at this video, you can't hear me, then that would be bad. I want to make sure y'all can hear everything I'm saying. So we're at this point. Holding in the left hand. Thank you, beloveds. Right hand. Ile mukwo akwaye. Ile mukwo akwaye. Ile mukwo akwaye. You say that 3 times. 3 in Yoruba tradition represents power. It's like saying on your mark, get set, go. So we always say it 3 times, and we say it clearly as possible. So what you're saying is ile mukwo, ile means house, ile mukwo akwaye, ile mukwo akwaye, ile mukwo akwaye. Now, it's usually called a response. The person who's divining would usually say ile mukwo, and if your children or your family members are standing around, they will say akwaye, and I'll spell. Did I spell it? Akwaye. Let me move this up some. Excuse my handwriting. A-K-W-E-Y-E. That's call and response. Ile mukwo akwaye. Ile mukwo 3 times. Very important you say it 3 times. Another thing I want to go back and note that I forgot to say, when you're invoking ancestors, you can call some of your ancestors' names, and after you say their name, you want to say Ibaye. Like you can say Grandma Velma Johnson, Ibaye. Velma Johnson, Ibaye. Velma Johnson, Ibaye. So when you call their name, after you say their name, Ibaye, E-B-A-E, or either I'm sorry, not E, I-B-A-E, or I-B-A, Iba. I pay homage. So, you've done that 3 times. After you've done this 3 times, you're going to switch your obi into your right hand. So you got them in your right hand. Then you're going to address the spirit that you are doing obi to. In this particular case, it will be ancestors. So you say, Egungu mukwo, you're touching the earth. Let's pretend like this is the ground. Egungu mukwo akwaye. Egungun muko akwaye. Egungun muko akwaye. You understand? So you're enlisting your ancestors. You let know, hey, I'm talking to you, ancestors. I'm not talking to Billy Bob or Archangel Michael. I'm talking to you. So you're saying ancestors. You don't have to say egungun. Ancestors, akwaye. Ancestors, akwaye. Ancestors, akwaye. Right hand, put it with the left, because this is where you're addressing them. Then with the same hand, you want to say, and I'll spell it out, don't worry. Akwaye owo, akwaye omo, akwaye ariku baba. You're asking for more blessings. Owo is money. I'm requesting the blessing of money. You can say I'm requesting iriariku. I'm requesting health. I'm requesting long life, etc., etc. So that's what that means. Akwaye owo, akwaye omo. Omo is children. Akwaye ariku baba. Akwaye, to not perish before your time. So that's all you're saying. Left hand, right hand. I'm sorry, right hand doing all of this. Then you want to take the obi, 2 and 2. 2 and 1 in the left hand, 2 in the right hand. Let me write my notes down before I forget to show you. Step 8. Hold in right hand. Address ancestors. And we'll go over this again with left hand. Hold in right hand, address ancestors with the left hand. Egungun mukwo akwaye. And then you start asking for blessings. Whatever those blessings are. Still holding the coconuts with your right hand. And then holding with your right hand, addressing them with your left hand. Step 9. Separate 2 and 2. Separate cocos 2 and 2 hands. Remember, face up to show positive intentions. Face up to show positive intentions. I'm sorry, before you do this. So, you also want to make sure that you take your coconuts and you put to your head. Right here, your ori, your ipako, which is the back of your neck, forehead, top of your head, back of your neck. This is before you divide. I apologize. Let me see. So let's change that. Step 9 is body points. Step 9 is body points. Forehead, top of the head, back of the neck, heart, stomach, right arm. And some people don't go through all this. Left arm, right knee, right foot, left foot, outside right hand, inside right hand, outside right hand, inside right hand. So, ori waju, ori atari, ori pako. Okoka inu. Oh, I'm sorry, in the shoulders. Ishika meji, aqua meji, onuku meji, leshe meji. Owo osi, oton ono wale. Once you do that, that's when you divide. Apologize. Like I said, I do this without remembering, without going through these steps. I know how to do it. It's second nature to me now. So that's when you divide your coconuts. So after you do ilemuko akwaye, let's go back over it. You're going to start, hold them in your left hand. Ilemuko akwaye. Ilemuko akwaye 3 times. And then you're going to switch hands. Egungumuko akwaye. Egungumuko akwaye. Egungumuko akwaye. And then you do the body parts. Oh, I'm sorry. Akwaye obo. Akwaye omo. Akwaye ariku babawa. Then you do your body parts. Head, heart, heart, stomach. Sometimes people do ishikameji, which are the shoulders, aquameji. Everything goes from right to left. Aquameji, right arm, left arm. Onukun is your knees. Onukumeji, right knee, left knee. Then right foot, left foot. Outside right hand, inside right hand. Outside left hand, inside left hand. Then you take it and you divide your coconuts. I hope you understand. Because I'm going to do this faster. So, yeah. After that, you're ready to throw. It's very important you get your body points. If you don't get all the way everything, at least do this. The back of the neck is very, very important. Your heart, you know, your stomach, your feet, you know, etc. Like I say, in Yoruba land, you're not going to see them going through all the body points, but they are going to at least touch the forehead. That's very important, in the back of the neck. So your obi are divided like this. And then you say, let me write this down. Body points, step 10. Separate cocos 2 and 2. When I say 2 and 2, that means 2 in the left hand, 2 in the right hand. Step 11 is a word that's spelled O-B-Ray. May O-B bring you Ray, Akwanya. That's spelled O-B-I-R-E. And then the other word is A-K-W-A. N as a Nancy, Y-A. And this is diaspora Obi style, not Isheshe. Obi Reakwanya. You say that 3 times. Once again, we're learning diaspora style today because, like I said, if you live in certain areas like Kansas or Missouri and you can't find an African market to get fresh cola nut, because the cola nuts do need to be nice, pretty, and fresh, then you got to use a coconut. So with that being said, you want to make sure that that everything is set straight. Obi Reakwanya. So you're separating. So that's why we're doing New World. Obi Reakwanya. Okay. What you're doing now is you're rolling your hands over each other. You got them separated. Obi Reakwanya. Obi Reakwanya. Obi Reakwanya. It's faster than this. I'm just demonstrating. Obi Reakwanya, Obi Reakwanya, Obi Reakwanya. Like that. 3 times. Remember, everything is 3. After that, you let them fall. This is where you cast. Boom. Remember, as a woman in your childbearing years, you're not supposed to see the first throw of Obi. So you got to make sure somebody's standing to tell you, okay, it's too light, too dark, all white, etc. So if you're a woman at this point and you're throwing to ancestors, you have to turn your back. It is very important that you're in your fertile years. Some people do it like this, if no one's with them, they'll throw, cast, and then they'll turn around. But like I said, you may need somebody with you to do this particular part. Now, I've even known people, and this is going to sound crazy, I've known people, they don't have anybody there with them, and they'll be looking for their Obi on the ground, and you can tell the difference between the light side and the dark side, and they'll do it like that. So they don't watch the first throw. Let me note that. If you're in your menstruation years, women, do not watch the first throw to ancestors. It's very important. Turn your back. Have someone tell you what comes up. For this reason, is a great example of why this tradition is a community tradition. It's not always a lone wolf tradition. I know in the West, we're so used to having to do things on our own and go at it alone. But most of the time, if you go like to the villages and things like that, it's other people there. You're not doing this by yourself. So once again, this tradition is very community based. It's very interdependent on other people. So once again, you want to try to have someone there, especially children energy, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So you may want to teach your babies or your older children you know, how to throw these interpretations so they can tell you what comes up if you have to turn your back as a woman in your menstruating years. So you've thrown. Now we're getting ready to talk about the fun part, what these signs mean. So let me switch this out. You all can go ahead and take a quick restroom break. I'm gonna switch out my my easel board so I can show you all the particular signs that are coming up in OB. So let's refrain for about 2 minutes. Let me set up and then come back, and then we'll get started with the positions. Two-minute break, 2-minute restroom break. This is the fun part. And then once again, we'll go over the steps again. We're getting to the part where you're going to interpret what just fell on the ground for you. The hard part is actually over at this point. Getting to the invocations, that 8 to 10 minute invocation, that's the hard part. If you know your interpretations, you're on a roll. Whew. All right. Now, whoever's here, the reason why you saw me taping that live is because we're gonna have different boards that come up, and I'm gonna take these off of here and put them on my other board. So that's why I did this live. You should see me actually tape everything there in real time. And I keep my sample over here. Etawa, Egypt, Etawa. get ready to start. So, as I was speaking of earlier, when I was telling you about hands and showing your intentions, in this case, remember, with Obi, let me get closer to you. With Obi, this represents, I have good intentions. I don't have anything hiding behind my hands. My hands are not in my pocket. I'm not stealing anything. I have good intentions. My hands are clean and clear. This area right here represents the hidden, the mystery, because I can hide what I'm doing behind my hands. So this part of Obi represents the palm of the hand. The outside will represent the outer hand, the things that can be hidden, things that represent mystery, the darkness, the unforeseen, the unknown. That's why we always start with the Obi up, right side up. The first position we have here, well, let's see. First things first. There are 5 different possibilities in Obi in the basics. These 5 can be mixed and intermingled as other possibilities. And the 5 possibilities of Obi is Alafia. And if you can see how it's spelled here, A-L-A-A. F as in fish, I-A-A. It means blessings, long life, health. You have the green light to go forward with something. And it's a yes answer. It means yes. See, in Obi, it's not just a straight up yes or no. It's a type of yes or no. So Alafia means blessings. Like, yeah, everything's all good. And you can kind of look at the mood of the emojis that I made to see what it means. So this is what Alafia means. This mood right here. I hope you can see that. This is Alafia. Next up, our other yes is Etawa. E-T-A-W-A. E-T-A-W-A. Etawa. It's a yes, but Etawa is the weakest yes. Etawa has a maybe element tied to it. Why is that? If you look at, let me go back to Alafia. If you look at Alafia, it's all 4 white coconuts. All 4 white coconuts. Good intention. That's Alafia. With Etawa, the reason why it comes into a maybe, because Alafia becomes tainted, if you want to put it, with an element of the unknown, darkness, mystery, unknown. So Etawa, that's when doubt can creep in. I'm not sure, I'm uncertain. So Etawa is a weaker, it's the weakest yes you can get. Now, don't be confused. Just because you see this coconut here, Etawa can fall here to the left side. When it falls on the ground, it can fall in the middle. It can fall any one of these. As long as you have, okay, with Alafia, as long as you have all 4 white, that's Alafia. With Etawa, if you have 3 white, 1 dark, that's Etawa. That's the weakest yes, because there's doubt that is coming to the midst. The mystery, the unknown of the universe is coming to interfere with the lightness of Alafia. So that's called Etawa. Ejife is the strongest yes you can get. Ejife, E-J-I-F as a fish, E. That is the strongest E of yes. It means hell yeah, but whatever you're asking. And even though I have this as, you know, all their smiley faces and positive, say for instance, if someone asks a question, this is an example because we don't ask them certain questions. Say if somebody says, is so-and-so sick, then you don't want to get a Alafia. Or you don't want to get the yeses, you want to get a no. So the positive become negative depending on what you're asking. But in general, Ejife is the perfect yes. I want you to see the differences. That's the perfect yes you can get. Why? Because there's balance between light and dark. Remember, Ejife can fall like this. This is the perfect balance between light and dark, yin and yang, male, female. It can fall like this, or it can alternate, you know, like that, but that's still Ijefe. Too light, too dark is Ijefe. It can fall like that. All of that's still Ijefe. It's the perfect yes. Now check out the moods. Let me cover everything down below because we get to the negative Nancy's at the bottom. It's a friendliness. Alafia is a friendly yes. Etawa, see how their face is kind of lukewarm, conservative, doesn't look confident. See the lack of confidence? I'm smiling, I'm telling you yes, but there's a bunch of doubt in the midst. That's Etawa. Ijefe is hell yeah. Smiley face. It's certain, it's a definite. Now, let's go down to our nose. Remember, in Obi, there are 5 possibilities. Alafia, Etawa, Ijefe, and then Okana, and then Oyekun. So, there are 3 sets of yeses. Alafia, Etawa, and Ijefe. Those are your yeses. And there are 2 sets of no's. Okana, and also when we get into Orisha cosmology, it goes into a Kanran, which is an Odu, and then Oyekun is an Ifa Odu. But in this particular case, Okana and Oyekun mean no to whatever it is you're asking. Now, this no right here, it means no, but it has so many conditions. It's the more positive no, kind of. Why? Because we have one of the light sides that are up, which means there's hope. The answer's no, but maybe it's just no for today. Maybe the timing is off. Maybe it's not the right person. Maybe, excuse me, maybe it's not the right thing, etc. So it means no, but there's hope, or there's something that can be done about whatever it is. And remember, it can fall like this, or it can fall like this. 3 dark, 1 light is Okana in Obi. So, if you look at his face, it's not as unfriendly as this one here. He just looks like, there's too much doubt. It's worse than this one, right? It's worse than this one. So, that's Okana. That means no, but, you know, there's hope. I hope you can see that. And remember, it doesn't matter which position that you put them in. Once again, it can alternate. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave that there. The most dangerous no you can get is the hell no. That's Oyekun. If you notice, I didn't even bother taping those. These are actually glued to the board. It's all 4 dark. It means heck no to whatever your answer is. A dangerous no, because it can also mean that either the spirit that you're asking is angry, or whatever you're asking is a strong no. It's dangerous because Obi can become heated. If you get all 4 dark, you have to begin to cool the energy in your house. This can be dangerous energy if you do not cool. So what you do is, if you get all 4 dark, you have to take some water, and you have to keep them on their dark side, and you want to sprinkle some of your water. Let me get my heater up. You want to sprinkle your hot Obi on the dark side with water. Tutu. That's what you want to say. Tutu, coolness. I'm cooling off this hot leather. Sprinkle it with cool water. And then sometimes, some people, they will take a little bit of palm oil, just a little dab, because this can get messy. And they're gonna take some palm oil and they're gonna dab a little bit on each Obi. After that's done, the Obi has to be turned back right side up. You need to turn it needs to go back to Alafia. This is all light, this is all dark. You need to, after you've cooled them off, tutu, arrow, etc., you want to sprinkle with water, or maybe a little palm oil to cool the heat, because it's a hot, dangerous leather. Oyekun also represents death. Sometimes Oyekun doesn't have to be negative. It could mean that, especially if you're talking to Orisha, it means that the ancestors would like to interfere. They'd like to give their 2 cents. They'd like to have their input. So it also represents the mystery of the ancestors and the unknown. So now that you've turned them all back to white, You cannot go any further until you make sure. You have to ask, has Obi been refreshed? You throw again. You throw again. Whatever answer it gives, then you go from there. If it says something like no again, you need to find the most innocent person in the house. It can be a child, whoever it is. You want to find a young person. If no one's there, then you're gonna have to do this yourself. You gotta take those whole set of Obi and go throw them out in the street with the water it came in. So you want to take it across the street. You want to throw them far away from your home if it comes all for dark and they haven't been refreshed. That's why I say you need 8 coconuts, eat 8 little pieces. And some people, they don't do this because that's too much steps. But you want to ensure you get that energy out of your house or your space, wherever you're doing this at. Then you start the whole process. People tend to start the process again. Some people will start the whole prayer process again, or they'll just take their new set of coconut. Let's pretend like we've tossed those old ones. Now we have the new set from, remember, from that one coconut we have 8 pieces, right? We've rounded off 8 pieces, and then we start throwing again. Then we ask again after we get rid of the other coconuts across the street somewhere or in the bushes. Has Obi been refreshed? Now that I have gone out, because we never asked the same question the same day, so you got to reword it. Now that I've taken those other Obi out, has Obi been refreshed? Obi Reakwanya, Obi Reakwanya, Obi Reakwanya. Cast again. Usually it's gonna say yes. If it says no again, that's where you got to pull out your gin. Can I offer you some gin? Because remember, he's heated. He's angry. You need to cool him off. Why do we give gin to spirits? Why do we give liquor? Have you ever seen somebody judgmental and uptight at a party? And, oh, it got to be like this. And everybody's this late and all this and complaining and stuff. But you give them a drink, they start getting friendly. So what we do is we give liquor to our spirits so that they'll be friendly. Because we don't want that. We want it to go from that mood back to one of these 3 moods up here. We're trying to get back. We're trying to get some lightness back in there. And how that's done, let me show you. I'm good. I'll mop this later. We take a little bit. Some people drink from the bottle. You put a little gin in your cap, and you offer them some gin. You're spitting the gin on them to the earth. Now we do this inside, we're used to it. I know that looks crazy for somebody who doesn't practice African spirituality, but that's what we do in West African spirituality. We give them gin from our mouth, the ashe. Your saliva has ashe in it, so we offer them our ashe. Make sure your teeth are clean. Make sure your teeth are well flossed. If you're married and you do certain things with your mouth, make sure your mouth is clean, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? You want to be respectful when you do that. So after you've given them gin, then you keep asking, okay, is it good? Eventually you're gonna get back. If maybe they want some coffee, maybe they want some gin. We always start with gin, etc. But you want to get them back in a good mood. And gin tends to get them back that way. Once they tell you yes, you can go back and proceed with the rest of your questions. Yeah, you got to get them tipsy. You got to get them in a good mood. You got to get back in their good graces, whatever it is. They may not even be mad necessarily all the time. Yes, they may not be mad all the time, but there may be some energy in the midst that it needs to be dissipated. So we give them gin for good measure. Some people will give them other certain offerings, depends on what comes up, but gin usually does the trick, and also palm oil, especially for Eshu. Okay. So let's go deeper into these meanings. Once again, the movement I did, everybody doesn't do this. Some people just spit straight from their mouth. One, like your elbow, right elbow, left elbow when you're spitting. You're not spitting at them in a disrespectful way. You're blowing, kind of like an elephant. So you're doing it like that. So it's a gracious way to do that with the mouth. Getting back to Alafia, let's talk more about Alafia. When you ask them a question, also let me note this. It is very important that you don't ask vague, open-ended questions. Let me give you an example. Hey ancestors, Can I go enroll in college and then go on a vacation at the same time? You just put two questions in one question. Because one answer to the question may be yes, while the other may be no. So one question at a time. What I usually do is I get a piece of paper before I even start to open OB. I write down all the questions I want to answer. Remember, you usually give them questions to ask them, do you want something from me? Do you want coffee? Do you want gin? What do you want from me? Did you accept my offerings I've given you today? Did you accept my fruit and my flowers? That's usually the basic questions that OB is used for. You don't want to get delving too deep into frivolous, worldly questions. It's mainly to ask them, have they accepted your offerings? So you write down your questions clear as day. Like say for instance, they may have accepted your coffee, but they may not have accepted your fruit. Maybe they wanted something different to help you. When we offer them food and things like that, it's our chemical energy exchange. Yes, it's our chemical energy exchange to where they're helping us with something. We're exchanging energy with them, something for something. There's no such thing as something for nothing in the universe, so we give them something so that they can help us. It's not that they need us, we need them. Well, I'll put it like this. They need us, we need them, and they need us. We're interdependent on one another's soul elevation, so we offer them something. We don't just be like, hey, can you help me do this? And we don't give, what's the incentive for them helping, with a certain particular matter that bothers us. Now, our elevation is their concern. They're going to help us with that automatically. But if you need help paying off a student loan, or you need help getting your sister out of an abusive relationship, or I don't know, whatever it is, whatever your personal concerns are, you need help starting your business or etc., then you want to give them something for that. Because whether you start a business or not, that's not really the most important thing to your soul development from your ancestral perspective. So anyway, these are the type of yeses, the type of answers. We'll start with alafia. When they tell you alafia, this yes, it means you have my blessings. You got the green light. Now, alafia, it's not as strong as ijafe because it's a free will type of yes. This means if you want to, say for instance, I'll give you an example. Somebody could say, and this is one of the frivolous questions, should I go fishing tomorrow? But now, if you're looking for protection, you could say, because with the pandemic, you could say, would it be okay if I go to this retreat? You can ask them questions like that with OB, if it's really important. Will I be safe if I go to this retreat? Alafia means yes. It doesn't mean you're gonna go. It means if you want to, you have my blessings. It's the road is clear. The road is open. You have the green light. That's what they're saying when they tell you this. Alafia, I don't know if you can see those circles, but it means pretty much if you want to. Feel free to screenshot that at the end of class. Alafia also means peace and health. In this particular situation, it's once again, it's a friendly yes. It means you have my blessing if you want to. Now, moving forward, Etawa. I'm gonna tell you this. This is how I learned. This one at the top and this one at the bottom. All four light, all four dark. Now, if you look at these, I consider those twins because they're the opposite inverse end of one another, Alafia and Oyekun. Now, these, Ijafe is the strongest, yes, that's perfect balance, but I consider Etawa and Okana kind of like twins because Etawa is 3 light, 1 dark, and Okana is 3 dark, 1 light. So they're the inverse of one another. These two right here, Etawa and then Okana. I kind of consider them twins because they're the flip side inverse of one another. So with that, doubt creeps in with Etawa. Doubt creeps in because of the mystery of the darkness. So let me tell you why. When they tell you Etawa, what they're pretty much saying is either you didn't word your question correctly enough, or next, they think you're asking a stupid question, or they think you're bothering them with a frivolous question, or it means it's up to you, or it means stop testing me. You already know the answer. Don't play with me. Don't play with my time. And yes, ancestors can be firm and tough like that. Very, very tough. People think they're just, oh, nirvana and love, and like they can be as spunky as they are when they're alive. They can be like that as ancestors as well. Especially if you see them come down in a misa or something such as that. So etawa, the dark creeps in. If you want to, when you see etawa and that darkness is there, it means maybe you will, maybe you won't, depending on what you're asking. Should I give you more gin? Etawa, if you want to, pretty much. That's one of the possibilities of etawa. Remember, etawa doesn't have a lot of passion. Etawa is lukewarm. You're like, whatever, okay, I don't care. Etawa is kind of like that. Yeah, if you want. It's kind of like if your children say, can I have some more milk? And you're busy doing something else, typing, and you're like, yeah, I don't care. Yeah, go get your milk. This etawa, it's a lukewarm yes. It's not very passionate or fervent. So that tells you there's types of yeses. Etawa also means, huh? What? What'd you say? What? Ask me again. So, especially if you get it, well, depending if you get it twice, etawa can mean, what? Ask that again? That wasn't clear. That means your answer wasn't clear. So, etawa, remember the darkness. 3 light, 1 dark. Huh? I didn't understand what you said. That's also what etawa can mean, depending on what you ask them. Say it again. I didn't understand. Huh? No comprende. I don't understand. No entiendo. Also, it's their way of being kind of snarky. What the hell? What? What you just asked me? Excuse me? It's like they always say, huh? And also, okay, whatever. I don't care. Once again, that's another possibility of etawa. What did you just say? So, yeah, that's one of the other possibilities. Why is that? Because there's a question, there's doubt that has come in the mix. Also, etawa is another way the ancestors and the spirits tell us, girl, boy, child, you know the answer to that. What do you think? So that's their way of being snarky. What do you think? Use your head. Let me see if you can answer this question. Think. They're telling you to think. Use your head. Use your think tank. Etawa meji. Meji means twice. It means 2 twins. Because let me tell you this. When the twin, if Okana falls, you want to throw again to get a confirmation of what they're saying. So when Alafia falls, some people, they throw it twice to get a confirmation of what Alafia is saying. Etawa, we always recommend you throw it again just to see. Okay, if you cast and the Tawa comes out, this one, you throw it again to see what the second answer will be. And remember, excuse me, as you write down your questions, always write down the type of yes that they told you. Very important. Or you can just, if you don't understand the Yoruba language, you just put yes or no. But the type of yes is extremely important. If you get Ijafe, all too light, too dark, do not cast again. That's the perfect yes. There's no need to cast twice when you get Ijafe in a casting. Okana, you can cast again because it may come out to something better. Oyakun, you do not cast again with Oyakun. You refresh Obi when that comes out. So you can throw it again with Alafia. You can definitely should throw it again with Etawa because it's the weakest yes because there's doubt. Ijafe, you do not need to throw again. You're done if Ijafe comes out. That means everything is in perfect balance. Okana, you may want to throw again just to see if there's hope or something else. This one, you do not throw again. You refresh the heat of that letter. So, when you get into Megis and things like that, if you throw Etawa, and when you're throwing it again to confirm, Obireakwanya, etc., and Etawa comes out again, this comes out twice when you're asking that one question. You don't answer, you ask the question again, you throw again. That means don't waste my time. Are you serious? Are you asking me a stupid question? That means they're annoyed. Or that means you already know. Don't even bug me with this. That's what that means. This is, Etawa Meji is the eye roll answer, like whatever. Some people say, yeah, my answers in Etawa Meji quite a lot, but it just depends. Like I say, we're only talking about ancestors in this video. Once again, let me repeat. It is very important you don't go get some statue or I made my Risha decoration altar and I'm going to throw Obi to see if Oshun received my pumpkin at my altar. You don't have Oshun physically. You have decoration in your home, and that's good. It's a good place to start if you want to. I don't recommend that. I recommend sticking to your ancestors and guides and developing a relationship with them. But if you're not initiated, you're not supposed to throw to Orisha. So once again, stick with the ancestors on this. This is your protection. Because anybody can answer those questions. And like I say, if you throw those coconuts to the ground, you will get an answer. Doesn't mean it's the correct answer or the accurate answer. And if you're going to go through, once again, all this trouble, you want to make sure you're doing it the right way. With all due respect, it's not about an ego thing or you don't have a right to do this. It's a protection thing. Yes. So, moving on. Ijefe, the perfect yes. Now, you don't want to get Ijefe if somebody asks a question like, is my husband cheating on me? But etc. Even though those are kind of the more frivolous questions, but Ijefe means yes, absolutely. Perfect light, perfect dark. It means your offering was perfectly accepted. Ancestor, did you accept my coffee or did you accept my offering or whatever it is? Yeah, thank you, baby. We appreciate it. Thank you. We happy. We're pleased. That means they're pleased. Depending on what they ask. Now, if you ask them, are you upset with me because I did something wrong? You don't want to get Ijefe. If your intentions are good, they're understanding. No, don't worry. Don't be scared. Ijefe, yes, baby, yes, honey. Happiness, friendliness. Good mood, appeasement. I'm not going to take that off right now yet. I don't want to tear it. So, perfect balance between light and dark. No matter how it falls. Too light, too dark. Ijefe. Next up, Okana. No. If there is no bad, there can be no good. That's the proverb of that sign. Nope, not likely. Too much doubt, too much uncertainty. There are obstacles in the path that need to be cleared. That's what 3 dark, 1 light means. It also means you can cast again just to see what's going on. And there's a different way to interpret the combinations as well. Nope. It's not as unfriendly as this one here, but it's a no. It could just mean, well, nope, not today, or not right now, not this year, or not this month. And it could change. It can be this in January and be this by February. So it just means no, or it could mean not right now, or it also could mean give me something else, or there's something else that's needed. There's a missing ingredient. There's a missing component in what you're asking. Like say if you're giving them fruit and they want a coconut for a certain reason, or they want something else, they may say, no, I didn't accept your offering because there's something else missing that they want you to add to what you're offering them, which is very important. It could be something very, very important, especially with ebos, but that's an elder talk. Okana can also mean, I'm not impressed. You gave me that, you gave me this whole half done thing. I'm not impressed. Miss me with that. These are different moods of Obi. It's a good way to learn. Now, if you're gonna ask an elder, is that what it means? They're gonna say, huh? No, this is just a way to help you retain what the type of answers mean. Not to be taken literal. This is just a learning tool. It's a supplement to get you to understand the types of yeses and nos. Okana may not mean that they're mad, annoyed, or not impressed. It could also be a warning. Be careful. Watch out. Use caution. There could be trouble amidst, depending on what you decide to do. So that is that type of no. This one here. Now, this one here, Oyekun, Eshuba. It either means ancestors want to speak, or it means, no way, Jose, it's not up for discussion. Talk to the hand, baby. Heck no. No, thank you. That's what that means. All 4 dark is the heck no. When my son was learning OB, he didn't know these names here. He'd just be like 4 white or 3 light, 1 dark, 2 dark, 2 light, 3 dark, 4 dark, etc. So that's how he learned. When you get to understanding what these mean, it's easier to remember than to actually remember the exact Yoruba words, alafia, etc. Offended in some type of way, not necessarily by your offering. Maybe they're offended by something you did in a personal relationship, or maybe you treated somebody wrong or something like that. They're offended about something. It can represent offense because it's heat, it's hot energy. Also, not a chance in hell. That's another way it can mean too. So yes, those are the combinations within OB. I hope everyone's doing good. If you need to get up and go get some water or use the restroom, feel free. You can come back and look at this replay later if there's anything that you missed. Let's see. So let's talk a little bit about the combinations. I'm not going to go too deep into this because that can take all night. But if you throw with alafia and you get alafia again, if you decide to cast it again, that's alafia meji. It's just more blessings, more light. Alafia etawa. It can mean you have my blessing, but there's something in the midst. It depends on what you want to do. Alafia ijafe, that's a definite yes. That's a beautiful yes. Probably means you have my blessing and you are going to do it, or you're going to succeed. Alafia okana means you have my blessing, but you probably won't make the right choice or right decision. Alafia oyekun means you have my blessing, but there is definitely something in the midst. So alafia oyekun is not a strong yes when you get it combined like that. Etawa meji, once again, there's doubt or your question wasn't worded correctly, or you have annoyed them in some type of way by asking them something that you already know. Remember, we never ask the same question in the same day with OB. We wait till another day to ask a question. That's how we make sure we word our questions as clearly as possible. Etawa lafia, it still means yes, but it's still a weaker yes. It means, okay, you're probably not going to do it, but if you wanted to, we'd be happy if you did that. That's what they're saying. Etawa ijafe, that's another yes. It means that, you overcome some obstacle. It can represent etawa. There's some doubt that you may not know what you're doing, but you're going to still come out. You're going to land on your feet. Etawa ijafe. Etawa okana, that's a very, very weak yes. Because it ends up being no. It means, yeah, you probably will, but it won't go well, whatever it is you're doing. Etawa oyekun, weak, extremely weak yes. There's some sort of interference. You're going to attempt to do this, but there could be interference, or you're going to do something incorrect, or there's something going on that could sabotage whatever it is that you're doing. Ijafe, remember, 2 light, 2 dark, there's no need to throw again with that particular sign. If you get okana twice, that is a definite no. That's a friendly way. It's a warning. It's a friendly way to still say no. It's not as strong as the 4 dark, but it's still a definite no if you get it twice. And you all can look at the board to know the spelling of what I'm saying. Okana alafia. It means no, but there's a possibility, or there's definitely hope. There's a blessing after an obstacle. Okana etawa, no, pretty much. Or no, but there's going to be something. It'll be a light at the end of the tunnel. It'll be a silver lining to your no. Now, you can imagine what okana oyekun means. It's definitely a no. And then oyekun no need to throw twice. It's the worst no, or the strongest no that you can get. I hope y'all are following me. If y'all are following me so far, please give me a 1. We still have to go into spiritualism. Are y'all following me okay? We'll do the demonstration one more time of preparing OB and all that good stuff. Oh, another thing I want to note to you all too, because we're getting ready to go into spiritualism, and then we'll go into Zoom. Whenever I see a tawa, I always think of this guy here. See this fella here? Etawa. Like, I don't know. Remember, etawa is kind of uncertainty or doubt or an obstacle in the midst. It's a yes, but it's like, if you want to, etawa. Also, when I see okana, There's hope. There's light at the end of the tunnel. I also think of this guy right here. Okana, that's your answer. I don't know. So yes, Etawa and Okana, just think about this fella here. You can screenshot this. The smirk face. Ancestors, the so-and-so. Etawa, ancestors, the so-and-so. Okana, that's them going, I don't know. I don't think so. So that's another thing to note. You may want to screenshot that. All right, let me catch my breath here. So I'm gonna put this up. Y'all can take a screenshot the board if you want to. Remember, this is interchangeable. This can go either way. It doesn't matter. As long as it's all 4 white, that's a Lafia. 3 white, 1 dark is a Tawa. 2 light, 2 dark is Ijefe. 3 dark, 1 light is Okana. 4 dark, Oyekun. No matter how it falls. We have something called apere, which is how it falls a certain way. I won't get into that today. You don't need to know all that. This is the basics. Because this can get really intricate. Also, in Ifa, there's a way we can read Odu with the way that Obi Abata, the kola nut, falls. So we won't get into all that. This is the basics. Elementary, intermediate. So, we're getting ready to go inside in a minute. We're going to get out from nature and go inside. When I say inside, I mean we're going to go into the spiritualism aspect, the part where we honor ancestors in the house. Let's go back and review everything. Just a quick review. Remember, tools that you will need. Remember, 2 coconuts from the grocery store. I hope y'all can hear that water in there. This one doesn't seem like it has as much water. So you want 2 fresh coconuts full of water from the grocery store. That's the first thing you need for your tools. Your white plate. That's step number 2, or tool number 2. In no specific order, you want a bottle or glass or bowl of water, preferably a wooden bowl. Now keep in mind, if you don't have a wooden bowl, you can use a regular bowl. You don't have to, use a wooden bowl until you can get one. You can use a regular bowl of water. It's perfectly fine. We have to improvise and use what we have. Like Place in Cuba, they improvise a lot. You need a hammer. I don't have my hammer in here, but you need a hammer. You need a butter knife to scoop the obi out of the hard shell. You need gin just in case all 4 dark falls, and palm oil in case all 4 dark falls, and clean body. Also, sober mind. You don't want to do this tipsy or high or on mushrooms or whatever it is. You want to be of sober mind when you do this. It's kind of like, also the reason why we do this with a sober mind is because, like, say for instance, you don't want to be drunk going in front of your grandma, your grandpa, your great grandma. Hey, what you doing? Hey, grandma. You want to be sober. Hi, grandma. How are you? You want to be in your right mind. Also, you think more judiciously, and you're going to ask your questions more judiciously and effectively if you're in your right, sober mind. Steps. Under the sink, or wherever you are, at the faucet, wherever you are, you're going to rinse your coconut. Then when you get ready to open it, hold with your left hand, strike with your right. Do not strike against the table or the wall or the concrete. Respectfully. Remember, holding your left, strike with your right. Not on hard surface. After it opens, I go Obi. You catch the coconut water in your bowl, whatever bowl you have. And you can mix it in with your fresh, cool water. I go Obi, with your permission, Obi. That's just showing Obi respect. Thank you for opening. Then you're going to get to digging into, you're going to separate the shell, the rind part, to get these pieces here. Some people do it, you'll see people out there, they have 4 cowrie shells that they use. They say it's easier. Or they'll take the rinds and they'll use something called chimonongos, which they use in Palo Mayombe. And they use like the inside the inner part of the hard shell is the light part for them, and the outer part, this rounded part, is their dark part. But I don't recommend it. Now, as far as 4 cowrie shells, some people, some schools of thought say it's okay to use it. Some people say don't, because OB is a fruit. Cola nut is a fruit, and it's living in nature. Even though the cowrie shell is sacred, it's sacred for other reasons in Orisha spirituality. So if you don't have anything else, and you're throwing the ancestors, then yes, but we don't use cowrie shells to throw to Orisha. We use either our bone coconut or we use cola nut out of respect. Rarely will you see somebody using 4 cowrie shells. That is a New World hippie adaptation. No disrespect to people that do that. But yeah, fresh fruit, that's what we use for that. So you are going to, let's see, catch the coconut water. I go OB, and then separate the meat from the shell, and then you want to round your pieces so you have a better chance of getting, an accurate fall when it casts. Another thing too I want to note that's very important before I show you the steps again. If you throw OB and it falls, baby, and you get 2 on top of each other like that, if you get 2 white stacked on each other like this, kiss OB. It means money is coming. They're telling you, I'm about to bless you with some money. When they fall just like this, that's blessings. Now, very rarely, all 4 of them are gonna fall. That's not as likely. But sometimes when it falls like this, that means money is coming. Another thing too is if you're throwing OB and a piece breaks on the light side, that also means money. The little piece that broke off of OB, you take it, you put it in your purse, you wallet in your pocket, and it's talking about good luck for that day or for that week. So remember that. I love it when it falls up on each other like that. Remember, always kiss it. That's your luck when they fall on top of each other like that. I wanted to say that before I forget. So let's do this English paraphrase. Let's simplify this. We have our 4 pieces. Hope y'all doing okay. Hope I'm not boring y'all. We have our 4 pieces here, or our 8 pieces, however many you have on there. Okay. I give honor to the Creator. I acknowledge you. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Give honor to the Creator. Next up, libations. Hold the bowl in the left hand like you hold the obi. Pour, sprinkle with your right hand. Omi tutu, ona tutu. Or you can say, cool water, cool road. I refresh the ancestors of my mother. I refresh the ancestors of my father. I refresh Eshu Laroya. I refresh the guardian of the crossroads. I refresh my home. I refresh my life path. I refresh so I do not perish before my time. Paraphrase. So that's pretty much what you're saying. Libations come next. It's the awakening. It's the invocation. Remember, libations open the ciphers like somebody splashing water on your face. Cool water to wake you up, to make you alert. Or when we wash our face with cool water in the morning, it's an alertness. Next up, introduce yourself. You have your obi. Hello ancestors, blah, blah, blah. I'm here. I am so-and-so and so-and-so. And you can say, I'm daughter of Kathy so-and-so. I'm daughter of Daryl so-and-so. And I'm here to pay homage to you and to ask your permission to so-and-so and so-and-so. You don't want to do this telepathically New Age style. You want to speak out loud. In Yoruba cosmology, we have something called Ofo Ashe, which is the power of your word. You want to speak out loud and you want to speak with command and speak with respect when you're talking. Next up, it's very important that you don't do the mush mouth rapper thing. You want to be very clear with what you're saying so that they can understand you, where you're coming from, and you want to have your thought clear as the words that come out of your mouth. Kikamashe, this is where you enlist protection. I'm enlisting protection so that negative things don't happen. Please protect from any negative possibilities. Protect my energy space. I go, with your permission, I come to you, ancestors, to consult you and to get your wisdom, to see what you need from me to make offerings so that we can have peace between one another, etc. Next up, you're going to break off the little bitty pieces. May Obi not pronounce bad news. May Obi not announce the negative things. And then you're going to ask for blessings. I ask for blessings of health, long life, protection, safety for my family, my children, my loved ones, etc., etc. You're asking for the good things. And then, and that's the Funmi. I hope you're following me, okay? Remember, just going back to the libation. Omi tutu, cool water. Ona tutu, cool road. Tutu egungun yami. I refresh the ancestors of my mother. Tutu egungun baba me. I refresh the ancestors of my father. Tutu la roye. I refresh the divine messenger of the crossroads between heaven and earth. Tutu ile. I refresh my house. Tutu ariku baba. I give refreshment so that I do not perish before my time. Ashe. That's the libation. You can say it in English. You don't have to say it in Yoruba. Once again, you introduce yourself. Yeah, I already told you about that. You tell them your name. Hold your coconuts in left hand after you introduce yourself. Ile mukwo. Remember, you're actually touching the ground. Like I said, I'm at the point I can't bend over anymore right now. So, ile mukwo, we pretend like this herb. Ile mukwo, akwaye. Ile mukwo, akwaye. Ile mukwo, akwaye. If other people are present, they will say akwaye while you say ile mukwo. It's call and response. Then you switch hands. Egungun mukwo, ancestors mukwo, akwaye. Ancestors mukwo, akwaye. Ancestors mukwo, akwaye. Akwaye owo, akwaye omo, akwaye ariku baba. You're addressing ancestors and you're also invoking their blessings to the Obi. Then you touch your body points. Iwaju, atare. Ipako, eshika meji, ogokan, inu, aqua meji. Knees, onuku meji. Feet, eleshe meji. Owo, osi, oton ono wale, separate. Okay? Obirakwanya, obirakwanya, obirakwanya. Bloop. If you're a woman in your fertile years, you turn your back for the first throw. Have someone interpret it for you. Or if you want to blindly go about and find your positions, then you can do that. So, after that, after you've turned your back, the first throw has come out. Whatever comes out, comes out. Yep, separate Cocos, Obirakwanya. Woman does not watch the first cast. If you're a guy and you're doing it, then you look at the first throw. Because in Yoruba land, it's the men that really deal with ancestors and dress up in their gungun masquerade costume. It's a men's type of thing. And the reason is, it's not a chauvinistic thing. It's because the woman is the giver of life. So we deal with the life side of things. Even of certain elbows or sacrifices, we let the men do that. We let them be the henchmen and kind of do that type of work. Egungun masquerade and those type of things. There can also be a rough type of element to it. So we let the fellas take over that while we tend to more the light side of things. So that's why that works like that. Unless it's a child of Oya, etc. It just depends. So after that, you have your throws. Once again, there are 5 possibilities for your answers in Obi. Alafia, Etawa, Ijefe, Okana, and Oyekun. The 3 yeses are Alafia, Etawa, Ijefe. The 2 no's are Okana and Oyekun. The strongest yes is Ijefe. The strongest no is Oyekun. The weakest yes is Etawa. Alafia is with blessings. The friendlier no is Okana, depending on what comes up with it. Etawa, 3 light, 1 dark, means there's some doubt in the midst. With Okana, 3 dark, 1 light, that means it's a no, but there's hope. So keep that in mind. If Etawa comes up twice for you because you want to cast again to get a confirmation, then once again, that means you need to either reword your question or you already know the answer, or the spirit is not impressed with what you're asking them, etc. It's just a maybe. It's just a big, strong maybe. If it comes up Okana, and then depending on the other answer that comes up, there's a doubt in the midst, but it can be overcome. Well, if I give you some jinn, can you help me with this? Can we turn this to a Lafia Etawa Ijefe if I give you some jinn? So sometimes you can turn that light to dark. Remember, if Oyekun comes, you want to get that energy out the house. You need to cool that letter by sprinkling all 4 dark with water. Tutu, remember tutu means coolness. Tutu, arrow, etc. Tutu. And then, like I say, sometimes people will put a little dab of palm oil on top of the dark lines, and then you want to flip them back to a Lafia and ask, has Obi been refreshed? If no, have an innocent person or a child, virgin, etc. Carry the Obi out the house and get rid of those old Obi, and then use the other set of Obi that you have if you made 8 Obi rhymes, and then just start over. Now has Obi been refreshed since we got rid of the old Obi, and that's how that works. I hope y'all understand. Remember, 3 light, 1 dark, Etawa, doubt in the midst. 3 dark, 1 light, Okana, doubt within the midst. But there's hope. Remember that. And that's that. Let me catch my breath real quick. We can do another restroom break so I can set up for spiritualism. We're going indoors. I'm here to flip that board and then we'll talk about spiritualism. This will be the shorter part. Then we'll go into Zoom and do a quick interface where we can talk and do Q&A. If you don't want to go on Zoom, you can simply stay on this live stream and then we can go from there. All right. Give me just a second. Give me about 3 minutes to read what is it like to set up my props and things like that. Bathroom break. Whew. Almost done, y'all. Y'all on restroom break. we are back. We are back on board. I hope everyone got their restroom break, or water, or text break. Thank you, love. Thank you. I can't wait to talk to y'all. I'm not ignoring you. I just want to concentrate so that I give you your investment's worth. All right. Boy. So, before the end of this class, oh yes, one more thing. We are now into spiritualism, hoodoo, espiritismo, ancestors, guides, la madama. We are inside now. No OB inside. This is where you can do your free spirit tarot, runes, and bones, and all that good stuff. All right. Yes or no divination, connecting with ancestors and guides. First of all, I would be remiss if I did not discuss what is espiritismo. What is espiritismo? What is spiritualism? What is the inside altar? Remember, ancestors outside, ancestors and spirit guides inside when it comes to a bowl with an altar, the white table, the mesa blanca. The idea of the inside altar comes from spiritualism by the French spiritist known as Allan Kardec. It is of European culture. It's not of West African culture. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but it is not of West African culture. So the idea of an inside ancestor table is New World, over the diaspora. You won't see that so much in Yoruba land. Anytime you get to talk about spirit guides and other entities outside of ancestors and orishas in between that world, in Yoruba cosmology we tend to call Egbe Orun. In Espiritismo, your spirit guides and your spiritual allies, your heavenly soulmates, they are known as Cuadro Espiritual, or your spiritual quadrant. The court of spirits that walk with you, both blood and non-blood, your spirit guides that were once human that passed away, that, intercede on your behalf. We don't throw Obi to spirit guides. When it comes to anything under Orisha, we only throw Obi coconut to the ancestors, the blood ancestors, and our lineage ancestors. So, when you're inside, like I say, the only reason why you start seeing inside and food on the inside is because of places like New York, the Yoruba culture, and the West African spirituality culture going to those places where being outside was not always an option, especially with the weather and the coldness. So they had to adapt to that environment, but traditionally outside, inside, there's a difference. That's why I turned the board. So yeah. Spiritualism is of Allan Kardec. His name is spelled A-L-L-A-N, Kardec, K-A-R-D-E-C, in case anyone wants to take notes on that. The history of the Boveda comes from him doing seances and spiritualism. The inside ancestor altar is not mandatory unless you get a reading and it comes up that your ancestors or guides are requesting an inside altar, but you will rarely see a Babalawo, Yanifa, or Olorisha from Yoruba land tell you need an inside altar. They will rarely say that, but sometimes when you get the New World Olorishas, and I'm not saying either right or wrong, they're both beautiful traditions, there's no right or wrong, depending on what elder tells you. But the New World Orishas, if you get a certain Odu or a sign that comes up in your Orisha reading, they may tell you you have a sign where you need to have an inside ancestor altar, depending on what comes up for you, something like Odisa or things such as that. So once again, it's not mandatory. Now, one thing I want to talk about before we even delve into yes or no questions is, and I'm praying I don't knock anything over. Let's see. Who should wait? Excuse my handwriting, let me move up some. Who should wait for an inside altar? This is not a personal judgment from me or anyone else. This is only a suggestion for your safety, and that you don't start a relationship which becomes a responsibility that you're not ready to keep up, maintain, and be a good steward of. First suggestion, signs you're not quite ready for your inside altar. You have a mate, spouse, you may want to write this down, or a family member that you live with that do not agree. Excuse me, do not agree or understand. The inside altar is a sacred portal. It's something that if you have people looking at it like this and putting their eye energy on it like that, you may want to wait. Say for instance, you know, your mate is not into that stuff and it's, you know, he's talking or she's talking, no, that's the devil, and that's not a good time to do an altar, an inside altar, unless you're going to be very discreet. And maybe I have a video called Altar in a Box. Like say for instance, if someone moves or they get displaced and they have to go live with their parents for a couple of months, then there's a way you can like designate a space, a shelf, or a special box for that purpose. Creating sacred space is important, but if you only, let's say if you live with your parents, if you only have a bedroom, why? Because we don't want to do our physical, human, bodily function things in front of the sacred altar. We wouldn't go in front of our grandmother, our great-grandfather, and uncles, and, you know, walk around our drawers and dancing and stuff like that, twerking, and, you know, we want to have it separated and set apart. If that's not viable, there's a way you can do a curtain, or there's a way you can get a room divider if you want to do it like that. You feel you must have an inside altar. But these are just suggestions. Do as you will with free will. But I'm only giving this advice because it would be my hope that you are an effective spiritualist. We are all eligible to be spiritualists. You do not ever have to initiate to any form of spirituality to be a spiritualist, because we are all spirits. We're all ancestors, we all have a soul, and we all have an ori, we all have a head. So you have a right to work spiritualism all that you freaking want to, and nobody can tell you any different. But with everything in the universe, there's cause and effect and certain protocols to keep yourself safe and to keep yourself effective. Because if you're doing this and you're like, well, I'm gonna do it any way I want, and I can do it like this, and this feels right to me, and your life start going backwards, then that means you may be dabbling in the wrong thing, and it's time to get back in the realm of protocol so that you can have effectiveness and move forward. Because who wants to do spiritualism and most aspects of the life is a hot mess? You want it to where you work in spiritualism in a proper way, and people are like, oh my God, you really are doing good, you're improving. You want your light to shine. You don't want to be looking like, oh my God, is she over there losing her mind? You know, you want to make sure things are going forward for you. So that's why we stick to certain protocols with things that we do. You don't have to be once again, you don't have to be an initiate or somebody who's done this for years. You can start where you are. Some people are doing this already, don't even realize they're doing it. If, like you see those grandmas that get up at 5 a.m. in the morning and they're praying and they're reading their Bible scripture for the day, that is a form of spiritualism, even if they don't call it that. Making certain door washes to protect your door, making certain spiritual baths, all of that is spiritualism. It's just everybody does it to a different degree, and some people don't call it that. Okay, they even have certain Christians that call it spiritual Baptists in certain areas, especially like in Trinidad, etc. Excuse me. So if you only have a bedroom and your altar will be in there, it's not the time to do it. Next up, if you are too busy, say for instance you're working on your master's degree, or you're a musician and you're always traveling to foreign countries on the road and you don't really have time for all that, or maybe you just had a newborn and your husband is demanding, whatever it is, you may want to wait to do that, because you want to start a schedule with your ancestors and guides to where I always say, like I do in my appointments, you pick one day out the week when you're not menstruating if you're a woman, or you pick one day out the month, or some people do it as much as they need to, you know, and you set aside that time. It's like you could tell them, like, okay, ancestors or guides, on Mondays I'm going to commune with you all for 10 to 40 minutes, depending on how much time you have. Or if you have a family or young children, maybe you want to get up at 5 a.m. before everyone wakes up and do your spiritual communion. When you wake up, you know, take a little shower, go in front of them, play some positive, you know, soothing music like I have going on in the background, some Diane Reeves or anyone like that. Some people play gospel. Now, if you come from a different culture that's not a so-called African American or West Indian, you will want to play the music that's relevant to your culture, because that's what your ancestors understand. If you are of playing certain music like Spanish music and your people are not from there, it depends. If you have a guide that wants to hear it, like a gypsy, then it will register. But playing Spanish music for your African American ancestors, that may not go over too well. You want to think about, like, say for instance, if you were throwing a party and a certain demographic of people are going to be there, you want to play music that they can relate to. So that's what I'm trying to say without being offensive. So if you're too busy, it's not quite time, because the altar, please take note, the altar is a commitment. I hate to liken it to getting a new pet or getting a fish bowl and you got to keep it clean every week. Why is it very important that it's a responsibility and you keep it clean? Is because it can attract negative energy if you don't. Even the glasses can sometimes form ectoplasm if you're not careful, depending on what goes on. And they can become offended if they feel like you're neglecting what you've set up with them, or you're neglecting a relationship. So it's best not to go 10 toes deep into it until you have like a time or a day out the week where you can do that. Also, it's not a good idea to set up an inside altar if you are addicted to certain substances. If you're struggling with anything dealing with a chemical dependency such as drugs or alcohol, it doesn't mean that you're a bad person, but it just means that maybe you got to get that straight, because I always remember like attracts like. So you're going to definitely make a breakthrough, and you know your helpful spirits will come, but your troublemakers are going to come too. If you've ever seen the movie The Temptations, if you remember David Ruffin, remember when David started going downhill with his drugs and his ego, then he started hanging around certain people and friends? Those are the type of ancestors that you are most likely to attract if you're not careful. You want to make sure that you are in control. I'm not saying that you don't ever drink or smoke something, but if it's like out of control where it's a dependency and it's a problem and you're grumpy if you don't have it, you may want to wait, because ancestors, I'm not just saying ancestors, spirits, ghosts, and yes, ghosts do exist. They are attracted to bars, nightclubs, anywhere where there's dancing, music, lasciviousness, sex, all of those type of worldly things, the smell of food, they're attracted to that. Also, let me note this: when you're giving offerings of food to ancestors, make sure it doesn't have salt in it as much as possible. Fruit, you can never go wrong with fruit. Coffee, gin, things such as that, flowers, etc. So if you're going through a certain time in your life where either your spirit is low, or I'm not saying that don't do it if you have depression and you're managing it, but you want to make sure you're still on top of it. If you feel like you're sinking, then you want to wait, because you are going to attract those type of spirits. I've even seen situations where people were depressed and they wanted to try to work their ancestors, and one person attracted a suicidal spirit that wasn't even related to them. So you want to be very careful, because there are energy vampires in the spirit world. This is another way to protect yourself, even without the prayers. I always say when you get ready to pray, you always want to imagine a sacred, translucent bubble around you, your loved ones, your home, your space, a bubble of protection, and you always decree and declare, I disallow any energy in here that is not of my highest good. To all of my ancestors, spirit guides, and spiritual allies, I welcome you, who are of my highest good, who are my loved ones' highest good, my children's highest good, my life's and destiny highest good. I welcome you in this sacred space today. You always want to say that. Remember, like attracts like. If you are a gossipy type person, you're going to have them gossipy, they're going to give you the tea, all that good stuff. So that's that. I hope I'm not rambling all over the place. Get the addiction under control. Another one, signs you're not ready for both of them. If you don't have stability. Now, that doesn't make, we've all had seasons of our life where things have been upside down, especially me in the years doing this, you know, starting off as a single parent back in the day, in the early 2000s. But Stability is important. Your ancestors will never have you inconvenience yourself taking care of your business and paying your bills to do certain things for them. Now you can enlist them, and there's certain things you can do, money spells and things like that, to help stabilize your situation. But if things are upside down and displaced, chaos attracts more chaos. So you got to get the tornado under control first, because remember, like attracts like. If you're in a tornado and your head is spinning, you're confused, you're going to attract those entities to you. But you can always still work with your ancestors. Matter of fact, working with your ancestors outside in an outside element will help you more than just working with spiritualism, because spiritualism not only includes your blood ancestors, but your spiritual court. And sometimes they can be mischievous if you're not careful, especially egg-based spirits. Next up, who signs you should wait for the ancestor altar. I don't want to say who shouldn't have an inside altar. I should say signs you should wait until to get an altar inside. Let's see, stability. Get your stability first. You honor your ancestors by honoring yourself. Put the oxygen mask on you first. Abusive relationship, the company you keep. Because if you are in an abusive relationship, I've seen this, and you have that altar and your ancestors are protecting you, it can cause a tornado in that house. It can cause a war between their ancestors and your ancestors. Yes, it does happen. If you've attended a misa, you've seen this. If you're in an abusive relationship, it's not going to make things better to have that altar. It can make things worse. Be very careful. Honor them outside. Learn how to throw your obi and do this. And I'm not saying don't read your tarot, but be very, very careful of what you invite into the house, because it can make it worse. If your egg bay, your soul group, or if your spirit guides don't like the person that you're with, or your ancestors don't like it, I've seen very dangerous arguments happen when when people are getting together with people who the ancestors don't agree with it. All kind of mess can happen. So be very, very careful with that. If there's any child abuse or anything, I'm gonna be careful what I say on YouTube. If there's any negative situations going on in the house, that's not the time to create that altar. So I wanted to say that before we go any further. Y'all doing okay? Am I talking too long? I'm giving you your investments work. Let's see. Once again, you want to schedule your communion with spirit. Let's see. Thank you, my love. You want to schedule your communion with spirit to where it's on a time period where they know, okay, on Monday I'm expecting to hear from you, baby girl, or fella, I want you to come here on the 17th of the month. I'm expecting my communion. If you're not menstruating, whatever, you want to have that schedule established at your convenience. Let's see. Thank you, love. Thank you. Let's see. Also, time of day is important. The most potent time of day for spiritualism, just like those old women back in the day, those old hoodoo women, those prayer warriors, those Christian mothers. Potent time to connect with spirit is between the hours 3 a.m. Some people say 4 a.m. to 7 a.m. That's when you really get some breakthroughs, when you pull in your cards and your oracle decks. Powerful, powerful, potent energy, especially when you need a breakthrough in your life. Even if you're going through something where it's a problem with stability, addiction, those things, prayer changes things. Get up at that time. You don't have to have an ancestor altar, but you can always get up, take your glass of water and candle, and pray. Pray to break certain things off your life, certain habits, to get over certain things. And also, therapy is very important. One thing I want to say that I forgot to say in the beginning, this is my disclaimer: ancestor offerings, OB divination, tarot, spiritualism, inside altar, whatever, is not a substitute for medical, psychological, financial advice, or etc. So it is not a way to diagnose a disease or disorder. You want to go to the medical experts or the worldly experts of this world. There's a balance between everything, balance between this world and the other world. You want to have your mundane life in balance as much, because we can become too dependent on readings, yes or no questions. That's a form of addiction too. to where people go too far off the handle, then they end up talking to themselves too much and end up going too far off the left handle. There needs to be balance between the left brain and right brain, because there's people that's so spiritual, like the Christians say that they're no earthly good, and then they end up kind of being, you know, going a little loose in the screws up there. So be very careful with that. The most potent time to commune with spirit is 3 to 7 a.m. The next set of time would be between 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., especially if you want to attract things. You want to do it while the sun is high in the sky as much as possible. Once again, we do not throw Obi after 6 p.m., even though I'm not talking about Obi anymore. With me, as a spiritualist, when I was doing tarot, I've kind of stopped right now in this particular season. I tried my best not to not to read tarot or any other divination after 6 p.m. Some people do, some people don't. Unless it's an emergency. I have before, but you have to be careful. You can attract the right answers and the right spirits, but you can also attract mischievous spirits that are giving you the wrong, misleading answers to your questions. So you want to remember, light exposes the truth, where in the darkness things can be hidden. In Ifa cosmology, after 6 p.m., that represents the night, the spirits of the night, the mothers, and you know, it can represent, you know, certain energies. Sometimes they say don't go out after 9 p.m. at night. Be very careful with that energy, you know, between 6, 9 p.m. and even midnight, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. and 1 a.m. So those are the times you want to be careful. So anything I'm doing with ancestors or guides, I'll try to wrap it up by 6 p.m. Like say, for instance, if I missed that 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. mark, I'll try to get it done between 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. or no later than 6 p.m. But it's up to you. Do as you will. Let's see. Pendulums. This is a pendulum. This is a crystal with a chain on it, a weight. This is a pendulum. You can even take a necklace that has a charm hanging on it, and it can be used as a pendulum. It is a way to ask yes or no questions. If you've taken my intuition development workshop, how my guides do when they want to say, and I'm trying to keep my finger steady as possible, when I want to ask them a yes question, they swing it back and forth for yes. I'm going to do this with my eye energy. My hand is still. You can do this with your eyes. That shows you the power of the eyes. When people say evil eyes, back and forth for yes, that's them telling me. That's how they would tell me yes. It's only an enactment. When they want to tell me no, or when my Ori wants to tell me no, it swings in a circle. Circle for no. I have a little pendulum board that I can also use that has yes, no, maybe answers on it in alphabets. But I left it upstairs now. I can't climb up them stairs no more today. I don't want to keep you waiting any longer. That's the no, but that's my guides. For your ancestors may decide to answer you clockwise for yes, counterclockwise for no. But you want to develop that relationship to where you're like, okay, ancestors, show me how you want to tell me yes. And then let it swing. Hold your hand still as you can. Show me how you want to tell me yes, or show me how you want to tell me no. You want to be careful of asking major life decision questions with a pendulum. A pendulum is just you can use it to douse, to find things and protect energy. Pendulum is like for simple things like, is this food safe to eat? Let's see, is the energy positive in this prayer session? Things like that, simple things. You do not use the pendulum to ask if your ancestor offerings have, you do not really use the pendulum to ask if your ancestor offerings have been accepted. Remember, if you're doing it outside, you use Obi to ask if your edible offerings have been accepted. Now, inside, anything like ancestor money, you don't know how to do Obi, then yeah. Because that's spiritualism. But outside offerings, you do not take your pendulum outside and be like, did you accept this offering? I don't feel like you're on Obi today. Because you could get a totally wrong answer. I've seen that happen too. And if you're a spiritualist and you read tarot for people and they're asking you a major life decision, should I marry this person? Should I move to this city? And you're depending on your pendulum, because it's telling you yes, but what kind of yes is it? What's the conditions of the yes? Do I have to do anything to get to the yes? If it's no, how do I get to a positive outcome? It's not going to tell you all that. And the pendulum, I'm not saying the pendulum will lie, but who's answering the question on your pendulum? Especially if you haven't done invocation. So even with tarot, pendulums, oracle decks, runes, whatever it is, bones, invocation is still important. Remember I said invocation is a way of like saying good morning or greeting your spirits to let them know, hey, how you doing? I'd like to commune with you today. So libations and invocation is still important, even in spiritualism. You don't use the Yoruba words for that, but just some sort of prayer. Some people will read Psalm 23 or the Lord's Prayer, whatever your spiritual beliefs are, but you want to invoke spirit some type of way, in some sort of neutral way. If you're more spiritual than religious, then just say something positive, but make sure that you get their attention. Say, hey, it's me. I'd like to talk to you today. If you don't mind, don't just be like, just imagine somebody walking up to you and just saying, what time is it? Instead of saying, excuse me, hi, what time is it? You will get a better response if you invoke and greet them first, no matter if you're inside or outside. So, what else? Let me make sure. Whew. Tools of spiritualism. Glass of water. A candle. It doesn't have to be a 7-day candle. If I'm on the road and I can't get to a 7-day candle, I'll even use something such as this, like a nice scented candle from Bath and Body Works or somewhere like that, Target, etc. Your Florida water, which you can make you a spiritual bath with. I usually take some of this a little bit and I clean myself, especially when you're at your bowl with the back of your neck all the way down, and then you knock 3 times on your bowl to let them know that you're there. I also suggest if you're going to have an inside altar, you may want to add a bell, tambourine, or little drum to get their attention, or play them some music, or sing to them, or read a poem to them, whatever you want to do. But when you're opening your sessions, before you begin your oracle deck, you always want to begin with sealing your energy in a bubble of protection. Then you do your prayer acknowledging the Creator, kind of like you would with Obi, and you pray for your protection for your family and loved ones. You always want to do that first before you open your cipher and session. Clean body, sober mind is your hedge of protection. So that's another protective measure, covering your head when you're working. If you look at pictures like Marie Laveau and these spiritualists, the head is usually covered during the session. Not always, but sometimes. In Yoruba land, they won't cover their head as much. But when you're doing spiritualism, we tend to kind of put a scarf on or something such as that. And you want to offer them something. You can, coffee always gets their attention. Now, I will give them a cup of coffee at the foot of my inside altar, but I also give them coffee. I give ancestors coffee outside, but sometimes, you know, my gypsy, she has something that she likes in particular, a certain tea. I'll have that for her, but I don't put it on the boveda. I'll put it at the foot of it. But that, once again, that's a whole, all of this is New World concept of spiritualism. Florida water, some fresh flowers, not plastic flowers, but some fresh flowers. Remember, nature is very important. You want to make sure you have the 4 elements on your altar: earth, air, fire, and water. Here's your water element. The candle is the fire element. Your plant to pour libations, or your flowers, is the earth element. And your air element can be any type of incense that you like to use, or resin to get their attention. Make the air smell really good. That's your air element. So there you have it. That's how you complete it. You can keep it simple. You can have 1 to 7 glasses on that ancestor altar. And after you've invoked them or you've sung them a song, then you go into, okay, I like to pull an oracle card a day. So you make sure you cleanse your cards. Maybe you're scared of tarot. And what answers do you have for me today? What guidance do you have? Concentrate. Concentrate. You'll either hear or feel when it's time to pull a card. This came in reverse. It's time to strike out on your own and relinquish your over-dependency on others. This came out in reverse. Now, I do read reversals, no matter if it's tarot or an oracle deck. So right now, it may be saying I need to be more interdependent or allow myself to be taken care of. It's not time to strike out on my own and relinquish over dependency. This could talk about be vulnerable. Allow yourself to be vulnerable. So if it comes in reverse, that's how I'll read it. I'll read this in the inverse of what the original card said. So that's one example. Some people like oracle decks better, like the Doreen Virtue decks, because they feel it's safer than tarot, because tarot can have some nasty outcomes. Let's see. Now with tarot, when I want to ask yes or no questions, if the answer comes in reverse, I take that automatically as a no. If I ask a question with tarot, like, is so cheating? If it comes out upside down like this, I take that as a no. Some people don't. Some people use a 3-card spread to ask yes or no questions. Another way is when they want to tell me no and it comes out in a negative card like the Tower or something like that. Look, my spirit guide is here. This is how my spirit guide always lets me know she's here. The 7 of Wands. That's my gypsy spirit. She comes in the 7 of Wands. So wow, that's amazing. That's even before I start a session. When I see this card, I know she's present. I know she's assisting me. Wow, that's beautiful. Strength. I'm here to support you. I'm gonna cry. Oh my goodness. So anyway, say for instance, the Tower comes out upright to my question. Even though it's upright and not in reverse, I consider this a negative card. So if it comes out, it may be yes, but it means something's about to be a hot mess. So I still take that as a no. Allow your intuition, based on the context of the question that you're asking, to pull you towards what it means. The Tower is usually never something that's positive. It's usually something needs to be destroyed in order for things to be built again. So those are the ways I use tarot to answer yes or no questions, either in reverse or a negative card, such, I don't know, the Death card. Death card doesn't always have to be negative, or 5 of Wands. You know, all kind of negative connotation cards, that would be a no. Or there's negative energy in the midst, or an obstacle in the midst. If you've ever done an appointment with me, you've probably heard me talk about making your own index cards. Excuse me. And I have them separated. So we're almost done. We're going to get to the Zoom part. I know I've held y'all for a long time. Now, if you're not comfortable with tarot or oracle decks, there's a way you can create a relationship with your ancestors and guides inside in your sacred space. You would not do this out in nature. And it kind of helps you figure out who's who until you can get an investigative MISA done. So I divide this by family members. I get me some Magick Markers and blank index cards. I don't like the ones with the lines. They're very annoying because I always color outside the lines. I get me some Magick Markers of different colors, and you'll see that. I'm not going to pull them. And this is my family section of my index cards. This is all the names of my ancestors. Well, not all, but a lot of them, the main ones. I have my timing section. Remember, family member, timing section, offerings, messages. These are like my oracle decks right here. So I maybe want to talk about, hey, ancestors, I've already done my invocation. I prayed, sung, burn my incense, light the candle, ring the bell, play the tambourine. Okay, so I really need assistance with paying off a student loan. Is there anyone here that can help me with that? I shuffle, these are the names. I don't put the messages, offerings, and time together. These just the family names. Grandma Shirley. Or I would say, okay, well, who is my main ride or die ancestor that's walking with me at this time? Remember, time of day is important. If you wanted that card to come out, Grandpa Ernest Lee Griffin. I tried to put that card back and it flew out at me. Like, you saw me the first time. So as you do that, it's kind of a way to build a relationship. What you want to do is, let me show you how I do this. Let me get close to you. Family members. Grandpa. You don't need, yeah, the names are irrelevant. Also add someone that loves you, just in case there's a non-blood person that wants to come through. My ancestors are telling me, you have a friend over here that's departed and they're wanting to say hello to you. Someone that loves you. Who's helping me with this matter? someone that loves you. That means maybe your blood ancestors aren't helping you, but maybe an egg day member, or maybe someone like a friend from high school who passed away. Maybe they're helping you with a certain matter in your life at that time if they're an expert at it. Spirit guide. I wasn't blood related, but I help you. These examples you can put on your index card. You can freestyle. You put what you want on there. What comes to your spirit. And I'm not even invoking spirit right now, but I still feel like the presence with me. Ancient ancestor. Maybe it's not, maybe they don't want to know. Like, it don't matter who I am. I'm helping you. It doesn't matter. You don't need to know who's doing this. And maybe they may answer you saying ancient ancestor. Or, I'm your ancestor, but you don't know my name. Maybe you didn't meet them. Maybe they're 400 years old. Cousin. Maybe a departed cousin. Departed aunt. These type of things you write on the index cards. Departed uncle. This is how you build your relationship. Then you go get an investigative Misa and this comes up. All they're going to do is confirm what you've already known. Woman. Is it a female ancestor or male ancestor? Man. Close family friend. Maybe you were adopted, or maybe you had a neighbor that was like a mother to you and she passed, or etc. And you know, she's not your ancestor. Remember, we're inside. We're not on the outside doing blood egun. Close family member may be helping you with a matter. I need to relocate, or I need the courage to get back in school. Maybe it's not a blood ancestor. Maybe it's this close family friend that's helping you with that matter. Family pet may want to come through. A departed friend wants to connect. So those are the type of things I put in the family sector of my index cards. These are like training wheels. You want to kind of get to the point where either you're doing tarot or whatever you do. Some people don't read tarot. Maybe your thing may be bones, runes, or things such as that, or other spiritualism sort of measures. Some people even read dominoes. I used to read dominoes a long time ago. Playing cards, whatever it is, then you can use that. But this is like a good training wheels measure to develop your relationship with them in the early stages. Let's see. Then I have a section called timing. Maybe I'm being impatient. I want to know when is something gonna happen. I may shuffle and get not the right time, not today, tomorrow. And I always take these as possibilities rather than definites when it comes to spiritualism, because everything depends on our free will. We can shift energy within 2 hours based on free will. So something may have been gonna happen tomorrow, and it may not even occur because maybe we did something to change, to alter the course that we were going on that day. Maybe even giving an offering to ancestors change that outcome. So that's why I say I don't go into definites with this. I just look at it as the possibilities of what could happen, not what will happen. Next week, next month, next year. It depends on what you choose to do. Be patient. So those are my timing cards. Family cards, timing cards. Next up, offerings. Remember, there's no such thing as something for nothing. So maybe you want to ask, okay, so so-and-so, grandma so-and-so, you said you would help me with my matter with my student loan. Is there anything you'd like from me to help me with this matter? And I might shuffle. The cards tend to get thin with this. Let's see. I may pull the fruit card because that's an offering to ancestors. So you got fruit. They may say, hey, I want my favorite food. Maybe your grandma liked Milky Ways or Snickers bars, so you give her a Snicker bar. Or maybe your grandpa liked a certain type of beer, Pabst Blue Ribbon, and you give him his favorite beer. Things such as that. Or maybe somebody liked candy yams. You give them their candy yams, whatever their favorite food was. Music. Play the music that they liked. They may say, sing to us. I've seen situations, even with Orisha, when we're throwing Obi, and they won't let the session close. Oh, that's one thing I forgot to tell you. You always ask, can you close the session? You ask for permission to close. whenever you open a session, even with OB, you always open with the invocation, you always close by saying To. To Iban Eshu, To, T-O. That's all. Even if you don't know that word, you want to say, okay, thank you, I'm closing at this time with your permission. But you always ask, when you're finishing OB, because I forgot to say that, always ask, may I close now after you've asked all your questions. With spiritualism, you also want to give them their invocation to start, like you do at church, and give them their benediction. You send them back off. Thank you for joining me today. I really appreciate you. So you sending them back to the realm of ancestors. Don't keep that cipher open because negative spirits can get in that circle. But I digress. Offerings. Maybe all they want you to do is just help someone in need. Once again, yes, I've seen sessions where the Orishas say, you can't close this session yet. We don't want any more gin. We don't want any more honey. We don't want any more palm oil. We just want you to sing. Singing is very important because you're offering the air element. You're offering them your breath, which is precious. We're borrowing our breath to be here. So to sing, and you don't have to have the most melodic voice, but singing is very important to them. It attracts, like I say, it attracts angels unaware. So sometimes all they want is you to sing to them. And shoot, if you don't have the economics to get a certain item, sing to your ancestors. Even if even if you feel like you can't, it will move them. Just like imagine if you have a child, a niece, or nephew, and they sing to you, it's gonna touch your heart a little bit. That may shift the energy in the atmosphere just through song. Music is healing, it's sound vibration. Ancestor money, maybe they want ancestor money, which is also a New World concept that a spiritualist in the New World has borrowed from the Chinese. And you see how prosperous they are, the Asian culture. So ancestor money helps tremendously. Smokes, maybe somebody wants a cigarette. Surprisingly, I know somebody's gonna ask this question, can we offer something illegal to our ancestors to smoke? I haven't usually seen that. So you may want to stick to legal tobacco. Once again, coffee, it awakens, it gets things going, it gets results quickly, so you can always use coffee if you need fast help with a matter. Some people use it for gambling, luck, fast money, etc. Flowers, fresh flowers. It also heightens the mood in the area. Liquor. Usually ancestors are gonna want rum, gin, or their favorite beer or wine or something like that. Oh, I forgot to put tea. Tea is also an offering that you can give to them. Messages and answers. We're almost done. Messages and answers. On this set of cards, I write yes. If I have a yes or no question, yes. No. If you want to, and see I have different colors. See the difference in the colors depending on the mood? Whatever those colors mean to you and your spirits, not the best person for you. It's so funny how these cards are coming out. Get some rest fell at my feet. Yes, and I'm feeling tired too. So get some rest fell. I'm not gonna even bother picking it up because I can't bend over. Be careful. You can do better. So you can make your own oracle deck with index cards. You already know the answer. Free will. Make us proud. Take care of your earthly business. Pay your bills on time. Get your credit together. Get it together, baby. That's another way to honor ancestors, but to just take care of business. Get some exercise. Good person. You may be asking, should I be friends with this person or should I do business with this person? Good person may come up. Thief. Maybe you want to date somebody and they're trying to tell you, oh, this person is a player. This is a Knight of Wands. You may want to be careful. Liar. Cheater. Someone's hiding something from you. See, this is how you get the tea. You got to ask the right questions and got to word those answers correctly. Children. Whatever you talk about, it may involve children. New friends. Mind your business. Improve your diet. User, opportunist. just for sex. Temporary. Not attracted to you. Is so-and-so interested in me? Is my coworker interested? Not attracted to you. He's just not that into you, or she's just not that into you. Change of mind. Unexpected obstacle. These are examples. Enemy. Lesson learned. Take the risk. Get started. Get up earlier. I am still with you. Let it go. Let it go. Is my husband coming back? Not coming back. Love and respect yourself. Become a better parent, caretaker. Stop being cheap. Or it may say stop wasting money. Joy and happiness. Money is coming, almost done. You will regret that decision. They may want to say you're a fool. Make better decisions. Have better character. True love. False lover. Trust. Betrayal. False lover. False friend. Stop being lazy. Go get a reading. That means go get a higher reading. Whew, boy. So we don't use tarot or pendulums to ask major life decisions. It's usually something that's going on within a month time period. Sometimes if the person is gifted enough, they can foresee things that's going to happen long term. But what I personally tend to do, and what I've seen to be most effective, is somebody getting a long-term reading, such as E5, such as that. Why is that? Is because when you talk about ancestors and guides, I always say spirit world is like a ladder. It's us, the plant animal kingdom, humans, and then your ancestors on the next rung of the ladder, your spirit guides, etc. And then your orishas or your angelic forces, and the creator. So when you're on this bottom of the ladder, ancestors, they can only see closer to the ground, but they may not see the bigger picture, whereas like an orisha, angelic force, etc. can see higher. So if it's a long-term situation, we want somebody to give us an answer from a higher vantage point, because ancestors may answer our question in an accurate way as possible, but remember, free will can come into play. So it's based on the conditions of what we're gonna do. And also with things like tarot and spiritualism, it doesn't always give us the solution to what to do to open our roads or open our path. Maybe we need to do an appeasement with a certain group of our spirits, so we go to the higher divination for the big questions. Little everyday questions: can I trust this girl, or can I trust this employee? You can go to tarot for that, etc. But I don't use those frivolous questions for going outside to Obi. It's too much trouble to open Obi, so I'm very careful to try not to annoy spirit when I'm using Obi. So I just tend to ask them if the offerings have been accepted, if they need more or less or something. So everything that you need, if there's anything you didn't get, everything that's included in the description box of this video. The emergency backup link, we won't need that anymore because we were able to stay connected all this time. We're getting ready to go in retrograde, so I always have a backup link. Don't need that one, scratch that. Also in this description box is your quiz, and we're getting ready to take that, and we're gonna go into Zoom. We'll read it. I'll read it out loud to you. We'll go through and see what kind of answers you have. And also I have a handout of what it's like to actually work outside with ancestors. It's a YouTube video I already have in my ancestor playlist. So that's pretty much it, the tools you need. So everything's in the description box. If there's anything you didn't get, it didn't get emailed to you, check the description box. All right, we're getting ready to wind down. Let me make some shifts so we can start talking, so we can start doing the quiz and review. And let me summarize a few things before we close. Going back to Obi. This is a summary of class. We're coming to the end. Whew. This class is not a substitute for medical, financial, psychological, any other type of advice that you would get from a professional. This is not business advice. The tarot, OB, all that, those are not substitutes for going to a professional to get diagnosed or to find out a definite outcome. So I want to say that again. This class, also another thing is too, when you're throwing OB to your ancestors, it's not to be, you wouldn't do this like, well, my boyfriend, he wants to talk to his ancestors so I can do this for him. No, he needs to do his own, he needs to know how to throw OB to his own doggone ancestors, because maybe they don't want to tell you everything. So this is not, OB is not to be used for, oh, I'm a tarot reader and I have clients and I want to ask yes or no questions with the coconut. Why? Because you're going to get a chance of annoying spirit more than anything else, because it's really not used for that purpose unless people are, like I said, I know people have this cute cowrie shell divination thing they do, but it's different than outside OB. So if you want to work some cowrie shells at your spiritualism table to ask yes or no questions, feel free, but do so at your own risk. Thank you, love. OB is a means, it's a spirit of the answers that we do of yes or no questions. Obi was punished for his arrogance and hard-headedness. So that's why they talk about wisdom, the hard shell of the coconut. It is like we have to crack it open to get wisdom. That's where we have our breakthroughs after hardships and hard knocks. The original Obi is called Obi Abata, which is a kola nut. It can be pink or it can be kind of white, pale, light green colored. So that's Obi in Yoruba land. Who can use Obi? Any person. You don't have to be initiated to use Obi for your ancestors, but you do have to be initiated to use it for Orishas, or you have to at least have warriors to use it to throw Obi to your Eshu. If you have a real Eshu, I'm not talking about some you bought on Amazon, Etsy, or at a Botanica. I don't mean a statue. I mean the real Orisha that's been fed, consecrated, and there's certain steps that have to be taken within the 21-day process to make an Eshu by only an initiated elder Orisha priest. So, and it has to be fed with certain things. So I won't get into that. So that's what I mean about who throws Obi. Only to ancestors. If you've only gone that far and you don't have a real Eshu instead of warriors, then just ancestors. As you go on into, if you initiate, then if you receive a real Orisha, not a statue, not an altar you made up from Hobby Lobby, no disrespect, then you can throw Obi to Orishas to see if the offerings were accepted from them respectfully. This is a protection thing. It's not an ego hierarchical thing. Why do we use Obi? Once again, to see if our offerings are accepted or to see more or less of what they need. Remember, invocation is as important as saying good morning, good afternoon, how are you? You know how people will send emails and they just go straight to their question. They don't say hi or good evening, good afternoon. And, well, my link didn't work, so we always use politeness when invoking spirit. Respect is very important in the spiritual hierarchy. Also, I want to show you this. Feel free to screenshot this. This is the positions of Obi once again. Alafia, Etawa, Ijefe, Okana, Oyekun. There we go. Alafia. Want to make sure you have that. Feel free to go back and screenshot that part of the video. Another thing, now this is what my old African American Orisha elders in the New World taught me years ago, back in 2002. Some hoodoo people, they'll take 4 pennies, or they'll take 1 penny to ask yes or no questions to their ancestors. I've seen chicks do this before. You can take a penny. If you want to, you invoke your ancestors, you pour them a libation, give them an offering of some gin or something. You ask them, and you can ask some frivolous questions like this. Is my boyfriend cheating on me? Cast a penny. If it comes up heads, it means yes. If it comes up tails, it means no. Okay, so and this is an unorthodox thing, I really don't know if I want to put this on the video. With 4 pennies, you're going to do your invocation to your ancestors and guides. 4 pennies, same way. The light side of the Obi coconut represents the president's head of the pennies. The back side where the house is on the penny, that's the tail part. So if it comes up All 4 heads, that's a yes. 3 heads, 1 tail, that's excuse me, the maybe. 2 heads, 2 tails, that's definite yes. 3 tails, 1 head, that's a no. And then 4 tails is a heck no. So some people say you can do that, but be very careful with that, because remember, obi is a fruit, it's a living entity. So the best result is to use the natural, either coconut agbon or obi abata. And with obi abata, I wasn't going to show this because this is an obi abata class. The same thing goes for obi abata. This would be the light side, this would be the dark side of it. So this would be a lafia, etc. Uh-oh, 1 failed. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, there's another way to read obi abata. If 2 come down, sometimes that can mean victory, depending on what comes up, but that's a different class for a different day. So that's pretty much it. Always close your cipher with spirit. Your vibe attracts your tribe. So, you know, if you're a decent person with good intentions and, you know, you're being spiritually sanitary, you have done your spiritual baths or cleansings, your home is clean, you'll be all right. You won't be attracting negative entities too much, but just be careful of the company you keep, because sometimes you can attract entities through the people that you date or in a relationship with and have to clean that off. I've seen that too, to where you're not the person, but maybe you're with a troublemaker and it has attracted their troublemaking spiritual court. So that's it. Give me a few minutes. Y'all look in the description box for your test, and we'll go into that, and we'll get ready to come to a close. Thank you, love. Thank you. The Zoom link is down there too, in the description box. That's one thing I forgot to mention. Check the description box. That's where the Zoom link is. And I'll call out the Zoom link ID in case you don't see it. Woo. Give me a minute, y'all. Gotta move a little slower than usual. The quiz is fun too. And don't worry if you get the answers wrong, you'll still learn by default through osmosis. And you can always go back and look at the quiz again. A publication of Guides and Goals, LLC. All rights reserved. Copyright. All right. I'm gonna put the board up one more time so you can see. Feel free to screenshot this. Obi answers. Thank you, love. Thank you. We get ready to talk in a minute. If y'all miss the talk, that's fine. If you're in Patreon, we have the book club meeting coming up on September 30th. Feel free to join us in there. Okay, hope y'all got your screenshots, so go back and look at it later. Ooh-wee. What a day, what a day. All right. Y'all give me a 1 if you see the test, if you see the quiz. I want to make sure everyone has your quiz. Please give me a 1 if you see your quiz. Ooh-wee. My pleasure. Y'all look in the description box. Whoever's going to go in the Zoom, see if you see your quiz, please. Okay, awesome. Give me a minute to go in my email so I can go in the quiz with you. Wait, I hope y'all enjoyed class. Thank you, loves. Let's see what we got here. Okay, y'all let me know when you're in there. We're getting ready to start the quiz. Zoom. Let me give you the Zoom information. I'm getting ready to go on the Zoom. We're going into Zoom. Start. Okay, I'm starting Zoom. Hope y'all can see me. I'm in Zoom. Whoever wants to come in and talk, it's optional. You don't have to. Admit. Admit. Okay. Let me hit admit all. Hey y'all. Can y'all see me? Anyone on camera? I'm just admitting more people. Hello. Still everyone coming in. Let's see. Anyone else? Awesome. Oh, look at your beautiful faces. Good evening. So we're going into Ask Your Ancestors class quiz. And then we can talk and chat for a few minutes and, get feedback. If there's any questions that are left unanswered, we can talk about those after we finish the quiz. Hold on, more people coming in. I thought about doing the whole class on Zoom, but I'm old school. I don't know how to do all those slides and stuff, y'all. I'm sorry. I just don't. I'm not going to lie to you. I got to learn how to do those slides and stuff. And the old school style with the boards and stuff, that's just my teaching style. That's how I flow. If I would have been trying to do everything like a robot on Zoom, it would have come out too dry. That's not really my comfort zone at this time. So let's click on the quiz. We're going to hit start, and I'm going to call out the questions. And feel free, we can do the test together. If anyone wants to verbally, no, I won't say verbally. I'll call out the question. I'll read it out loud. Hey, Jaden. I'll read it out loud, then we can go over that, what you think the answers are after the fact. So hold your answers. Okay, I'm getting started. Okay. Y'all ready for question number 1? Y'all ready? Okay, question number 1. Denise bought an Orisha Elegba statue at the Botanica because she just read about him and wants to work with him. Should Denise throw Obi to her store-bought Elegba statue? Question number 1. A, yes. B, no. Okay, can someone mute their microphone? Can everyone mute their microphones? Okay. Then we'll go over what you think the answer is after. So don't give an answer just yet. More people are coming in the room. Once again, Denise bought an Elegba statue at the Botanica because she just read about him and wants to work with him. Should Denise throw Obi to her store-bought Elegba statue? A, yes. B, no. I'm looking at the YouTube screen too, y'all. I'm still on YouTube. Okay. Going on to the next question. It's okay if you're not sure. We'll go over it so you'll learn. This is for learning, not for, making anyone feel like I don't know yet. Number 2, Carmen wants to know if her coworker would like to date her. Which yes or no divination system should she ask if she wants to hear it from her ancestors and guides? A, OB divination. B, tarot, pendulum, oracle decks, bones, etc. Carmen, and she don't want to get a reading from an outside person or Ifa priest. She wants to know on her own. Carmen wants to know if a co-worker would like to date her. Which yes or no divination system should she ask if she wants to hear it from her ancestors and guides? A, Obi, B, tarot. Y'all, please hold your answers just in case. We're going to talk about them in just a minute. Number 3, Daniel wants to know if he should marry his girlfriend and relocate to Utah. Which would be the best option to find out for sure? A, Ifa priest, which is Ianifa Babalawo, or either Orisha priest. B, divination, or C, tarot, pendulum, oracle decks. He wants to know if he should marry his girlfriend. What's the best option? A, Ifa priest, B, Obi divination, C, tarot, pendulum, etc. Number 4, which Obi sign implies that you did not word your question in the best way? A, Alafia, B, Alafia Etawa, C, Ijefe, D, Etawa Meji. Which Obi sign implies that you did not word your question in the correct way or the best way? Alafia, A, Alafia Etawa, B, Ijefe, C, D, Etawa Meji. 5. Which Obi sign is the best and strongest yes for whatever you are asking? A, Alafia, B, Alafia Etawa, C, Ijefe, D, Oyekun. Which Obi sign is the best and strongest yes for whatever you're asking? 6. Which Obi sign indicates that your answer is no, but there is still hope? A, Okana, B, Alafia, C, Ijefe, D, Oyekun. 7. Which Obi sign indicates blessings from spirit and that you have the green light to proceed? A, Etawa, B, Alafia, C, Ijefe, D, Oyekun. Blessings from spirit, green light. Number 8, which Obi sign warns you to stop asking silly questions that you already know the answer to? A, Alafia, B, Etawa Meji, C, Ijefe, D, Oyekun. Number 9, which Obi sign could be considered the most dangerous depending on the situation? A, Alafia, B, Etawa, C, Ijefe, D, Oyekun. Most dangerous sign of Obi, or the hottest sign that has to be refreshed. 10, which Obi answer means or can mean maybe? A, Alafia, B, Etawa, C, Ijefe, D, Oyekun. 11, circle all scenarios that could lead to an inaccurate answer to your question in Obi. A, closing your eyes while casting Obi. B, not starting your Obi session with prayer, invocation, Mojuba. C, feeling tired. D, not wording your question in a clear-minded manner or clear manner. Circle all scenarios that could lead to an inaccurate answer to your question. Number 12, Mimi is a tarot reader and spiritualist. Mimi wants to add yes or no divination to her business to answer her clients' questions. Which yes or no divination system should Mimi use? A, Obi to her ancestors. B, tarot, pendulum, runes, bones, pennies, etc. Remember, she's a tarot reader and spiritualist. She wants to add yes or no divination to answer her clients' questions. Which would be more appropriate? Obi or the tarot, etc. Number 13, which Obi sign pretty much means hell no? A, Ijefe, B, Etawa, C, Alafia, D, Oyekun. Number 14, true or false? Gina is in love with the departed celebrity Nipsey Hussle. Gina wants to know, please mute your microphone, please, love, just for now. Please mute your mic, please. Please mute your mic. Winona. It's okay. Just for a second. Okay. Gina is in love with departed celebrity Nipsey Hussle. Gina wants to know if Nipsey Hussle's soul crossed over in peace. Is using Obi to channel Nipsey the best way to find out? A, true. Obi is a good way to find out if Nipsey Hussle and other celebrities cross over. B, false. Obi is not a good way to find out if Nipsey Hussle or other celebs crossed over. Number 14. Number 15, answer in your own words, and this is kind of open-ended, so you may want to think about it. Gary has a pendulum he uses to ask if his ancestors and guides have accepted his offerings from him. I worded that wrong. Gary feels like he is not getting the right connection or feedback. What is most likely the reason Gary doesn't feel the connection after he's given offerings to his ancestors and he's been asking with a pendulum? And that's just kind of an open-ended question. Gary wants to know why he doesn't feel he's getting feedback with his ancestors. Number 16, Bobby wants to move to Colorado. Which yes or no divination system would give Bobby the best long-term answer to his question? A, Ifa priest or Orisha priest. B, Obi. C, tarot. D, psychic palm reader. And that's it. Okay, now feel free to open your mic so we can chat. And then we can just discuss what you think it would be. Okay, moving quickly through these so we can close out for the evening. Denise bought an Orisha Elegba statue at the Botanica because she just read about him and wants to work with him. Should Denise throw Obi to her store-bought statue? What would you all say it would be? Anyone want to talk? She should not. Why should she not throw Obi to her Legba statue? Yes, that's one reason. How would she go about getting a consecrated Eshu or Legba? Yes, through a ceremony. That's why. And also, what's the next reason why she should not be throwing Obi to Eshu? Anyone know? Because only Orishas, I'm sorry, not only Orishas, only ancestors are to be consulted for the uninitiated to begin with. And anyone that doesn't have an Orisha ceremony. That's why. Number 2. Number 2, Carmen wants to know if her co-worker would like to date her. Which yes or no divination system should she ask if she wants to hear it from her ancestors and guides? A, Obi, or B, tarot? Anyone want to answer?
I just wanted to say whoever, I don't know if someone watching TV, if they can mute how to
Yeah, okay. If anyone has a TV on the background, please mute your mic, please.
I believe it's Sharita.
Okay, Sarita, can you mute your mic, please, love? Okay. I'm not gonna be able to hear y'all if everyone's muted. Let's see. I do need y'all's mics open as long as there's not a lot of loud noise in the background so that we can discuss what you think the answers are. So feel free to unmute if you have a silent background. Okay. Well, or feel free to type your answer in the chat. Daniel wants to know if he should marry his girlfriend and relocate to Utah. Which would be the best option for sure? Ifa priest or Orisha priest, Obi divination, or tarot? Feel free to type if you'd rather mute your mic.
Ifa priest.
Yes, very good. And why is that? Is it that they're better than a spiritualist, or what's the real reason behind it?
I think they can give you like a more thorough answer, a more clear answer, because they're asking Orishas.
Yes, awesome. Look at Jane. Make me proud. Number 4, which Obi sign implies that you did not word your question in the best way? A, Alafia, B, Alafia Etawa, C, Jaffe, D, Etawa Meji.
Alafia Etawa?
Yes. No, I'm sorry. No, it's Etawa Meji. Etawa Meji. Remember, Etawa, there's a dark obi in the tawa, which means there's doubt. And when it comes up twice, that's kind of like them being annoyed or saying duh, or you didn't ask it right, or what are you asking me? They're not sure what you're asking. So it means reword the question. Number 5, which obi sign is the best and strongest yes for whatever you're asking? What's the strongest yes? I won't repeat the A, B answers. Y'all can look at it. Yes, yes, perfect balance between light and dark. That's the highest yes you can get. Number 6, which obi sign indicates that your answer is no, but there is still hope?
Okay.
Yes. Number 7, which obi sign indicates blessings from spirit and that you have the green light to proceed with whatever it is you're doing or asking? Yes. 8, which obi sign warns you to stop asking silly questions that you already know the answer to? Actually, it's Tawa Magick, yes, if it comes up twice. Which obi sign could be considered the most dangerous, depending on the situation? Which obi answer can mean maybe? Circle all scenarios that could lead to an inaccurate answer to your question in obi. Anyone know? Yes, circle all the scenarios that could lead to an inaccurate answer. Like you get an answer that's maybe it's not true or it's inaccurate, it's kind of shaky. What leads to that? Closing your eyes while you're casting obi, not starting your obi session with prayer and mojuba invocation, feeling tired, or not wording your question in a clear manner. You can circle more than one with those. Yeah, see, to a certain degree. Mimi is a tarot reader and spirit, but trust this, if you initiate or you're going through initiation, sometimes they're up till 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning doing it, and they have to draw obi, so they still have to concentrate no matter how tired they are. It's a discipline. It really is a lot of work. That people are like, why is it so much? And they really put a lot of work into that, and I didn't learn that until I came behind the veil. But even if you're tired, you still have to concentrate when you're doing obi and things like that. It's like you rest later after all the questions are answered. Number 12, Mimi is a tarot reader and spiritualist. Mimi wants to add yes or no divination to her business to answer her clients' questions. Which divination should she use? And the reason for that is obi is for her ancestors. It's not for her to connect with other people's ancestors in that type of way. If she's a medium, there's other ways she can connect to other people's ancestors and guides using indoor spiritualism versus using obi to the bloodline or the spiritual lineage. Number 13, which obi sign pretty much means hell no? And y'all can go back and retake this quiz as many times as you like. Number 14, true or false? Number 14, true or false? Gina is in love with Nipsey Hussle, the departed celebrity. She wants to know if his soul crossed over in peace. Is using obi to channel Nipsey the best way to find out?
No.
And why is that?
Because it's not her direct ancestor.
Absolutely. And it could be anybody pretending to be him. Any spirit could say, yeah, I'm Nipsey. I'll be Nipsey if you want me to. Give me some liquor. I'll be your Nipsey. So you got to be careful. Number 15, answer in your own words. Gary has a pendulum he uses to ask if his ancestors and guides have accepted his offerings. Gary feels like he is not getting the right connection or feedback. What is most likely the reason Gary doesn't feel the connection? And that's an open-ended question. That's based on your opinion. Why do you think he's not feeling like he's getting through?
He didn't start with invitation.
That can
He
be.
didn't protect his energy first.
this more of a thinking exercise than a correct answer.
Pendulum isn't as accurate. Like it's only a yes or a no. It could also be like a maybe or a yes with a condition.
Bingo.
Or no with a condition.
Bingo. He's using a pendulum. There you go. There you go. Every answer is correct, but that's really the heart of the matter. We don't use pendulum to ask if they've accepted their offerings unless we're like doing inside spiritism type of work for the most part. Number 16, Bobby wants to move to Colorado. Which yes or no divination system will give Bobby the best long-term answer to his question? Ifa, OB, Tarot, Psychic. It's not that the tarot or the psychic readers would give an inaccurate or wrong, misleading answer. It's just that our free will shifts and changes the temporary energy around us from day to day, week to week, month to month, to where Ifa has more of a bird's eye view, to where he looks at the most likely outcome of what will happen. Because unexpected circumstances are always a factor in the human experience, because we have free will. And other people also have free will to change their mind. So that's why it's not that the psychic is inferior, it's just that psychics and tarot readers, they're talking to ancestral and spirit guides that were once human versus angelic forces. Now, some of them they'll read with Archangel Michael, etc., but it's too close to the ground level to get a long-term answer. That's why. Let's see, that's it. So does anyone have any questions or feedback or, anything, suggestions before we close out this evening?
I have a question.
Sure.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Ekale.
With the spiritualism, do I have to invoke just my ancestors or my spirit guides or my Ori? Do I invoke all three when I'm doing spiritualism or just one?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more time.
When invoking, like using my pendulum
Mm-hmm.
or the index cards, when I'm working spiritualism, do I invoke everyone, like my benevolent ancestors, my Ori, spirit guides, or is it just one?
Just ancestors and guides. Like I always say, you don't have to call everybody's names because we have thousands of ancestors. You want to call like the main ones who you know are decent people for the most part. And how you doing, Michaeline? I didn't know that was you at first because I had my screen away. Good to see you here. Happy birthday, Cheryl. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. I gotta call you. I'll call you back tomorrow. So yes, what I would say is you want to do some sort of invocation so that your spiritual court knows that you're available. And once again, working with those index cards with the names tends to kind of help. It's a training wheel. It's not a traditional thing we do, but it's kind of a training wheel for your spiritualism and developing your relationship with your ancestors and guides. If you can't get to somebody to pay them $400 for a Misa to figure out who's your main ancestor or guide, then you can do that in the meantime. You're welcome. Did I answer it clearly?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions, comments, feedback?
I have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
I just want feedback, and I will as quickly. So I will.
No worries. Let me see who I'm talking to. Hold on one second. Let me find the green screen. Let's see. Who am I speaking with? Just 1 second. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm looking for your face. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Jaden. Okay. Yes.
The green in the back, the pink shirt.
Okay, I see you now.
Okay, so.
Amana.
Well, first off, I love the class. It was great.
Thank you.
By the way.
Thank you.
The teaching style, everything was beautiful.
Thank you.
So I have two questions. The first question was, you had mentioned, like the little pieces of coconut
Mm-hmm.
you can throw to like issue at the crossroads,
Mm-hmm.
or like you could just, give as offerings. I was gonna ask, like if we don't, do offerings to Orishas or anything normally, would Eshu still receive?
You can still do that in particular because it's not that you have a physical issue. That's why I say if you don't have a physical issue, you just throw it to the street, because remember, in Ifa Odu, the mandate is nothing can be done without Eshu's help. So in everything we sacrifice, a portion always goes to Eshu for effectiveness, for power. I mean, you could do it and not include, but it really helps enhance what you're doing when you like, if you give the little pieces. Remember, Eshu is the messenger between heaven and earth, and when we touch those obi to Iwaju, Atare, Ipako, the back of your neck, Eshu rules the back of the neck, Ipako. That's why they call it Eshu Nipaku or Eshu Ipako. So, and that's what we say, Eshu, get off my back, don't be a trickster. And the reason why we want to give him an offering is because he can confuse us and bring confusing spirits so that we're not deceived. So we always give him something to keep him calm and appease his energy, because he can be very mischievous and confuse the questions, the answers to the questions. So just throw some to the street or the street corner.
Okay, so then the second question I have is actually something separate, but I hope you can answer anyway. When it comes to like dreams and things like that, like I do get a lot of those, and I write them down and I always reread them, but I'm always left confused. So I don't know if you have any suggestions for like a way to I don't know, dream interpret. You know, you go on Google with 1,000 things. So kind of like what a dream could mean, or if there's a way we can ask for clarification of what it means.
Some people, we all have our spiritual talents and gifts. Some people have the dream of interpretation. I'm not a dream interpreter myself, but I am a strong dreamer. So either you would find someone who's naturally adept at dream interpretation or divination. Whenever I have a dream and it's very profound and I need to know what the heck is going on or it's recurring, I'll tend to just go consult Ifa on what's going on. I'll throw my shells, I'll read myself, and I'll do a reading, or you find a Risha priestess, a priest, or someone that can tell you what's going on. Sometimes they can tell through tarot. If you find you're a gifted enough medium or psychic, they can help you with it. But if it's something, either if it's ancestral, you can go to a medium and they can tell you tarot. If it's something that looks like it's an angelic force, or I had a dream about Yemaya, then you may want to go get a reading.
Okay.
And an Orisha reading. My pleasure. Anyone else have any questions or comments before we close out this evening?
Hi.
Hello. Sarita. Hey, pretty face.
So I wanted to know if this info will be available in a book or PDF form at any point in time, because there was one screen that I really wanted to see, was the one with the combinations on it.
Yes, I do. I am planning on making a PDF. I didn't get that done in time for this class because this is a pop-up class. So hopefully by next year, I actually have an Oracle deck coming out next year. So I'll work on that oldie booklet. It'll be a little booklet.
Okay, cool.
It'll come out.
All right.
My pleasure. Let's see, Lisa. What are the meanings to the words mukwo akwaye? It's like saying I invite you, and it's saying we greet you. I missed the word meanings. Ile mukwo. Ile means house. It's just an invitation and invocation. Egungun mukwo, egungun I enlist you, and egungun I invite you. That's what it pretty much means in layman's terms. Anyone else have any questions? Hello.
Especially daughters of the water.
Yes.
So I might have missed this part, but I was wondering, how do you know if you inadvertently have solicited a evil spirit or unwanted spirit, or a spirit has attached itself to you that you inadvertently had, out of ignorance?
Yes. Okay. A few ways you can tell if you kind of made a connection with a negative entity, and you don't even have to have an altar or throw obi or do tarot to invite this energy. You can be a nurse working at the hospital and somebody died and they follow you home. So how you know is either you're gonna have nightmares, bad dreams. You may wake up with scratches on your arms or legs. It may feel like somebody's molesting you in your sleep. Things will be negative. People who are normally nice to you, suddenly they're mean to you for no reason, or certain things happen. Maybe you accidentally ding your car, backing up, or certain little calamities, tripping and falling downstairs. All of those different things can kind of indicate possible spiritual interference or entity attachment, or you find yourself wanting to drink more, eat more, sexual obsessions because the spirit is living vicariously through you. Some sort of obsessions, or you hear voices in your mind that don't sound healthy, asking you to harm yourself or telling you bad things. That's kind of like, you know, it's time to go get a cleansing from an entity attachment from the spiritual professionals. Or get you some Espanta Muerto herb, ESPANTA Muerto, MUERTO. The only thing is that may work, but without the spiritual diagnosis of divination, we don't know if you need more than that, if that's the case. My pleasure. Let's see.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening. Winona.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
My question, I don't know if you actually said anything about that, but on the first throw, you're not asking a question on that first throw. That first throw is more of an idea of kind of get, more for you to get an idea of where your ancestors or your spiritual court is at the opening.
When you say the first throw, you mean the one where the woman turns her back?
Exactly.
Yes. Well, I put.
You're not asking a question on.
Right. Well, yes, you start with your question, but that's a good question that you asked me. If you usually how I start a session, I always ask the permission. Can I talk to y'all on Obi? That's usually always my first question before I get into what I really want to ask. So yes, I'll throw and I'll turn my back, and then my son will interpret for me.
Okay.
Or someone around, or a male who's around can interpret for me. So yes, you always start off with the question, but I tend to ask them, can I go further with this? And if they say yes, then I keep going. That saves me a lot of trouble just in case they don't want to be bothered that day. But usually they'll say yes.
What I assumed it was to see just in the very opening where they are in terms of their openness to you and the questions that you may have for them at that time.
Yes, by default, I tend to ask them, is it okay? Can I ask you a question? You know how somebody said, hey, can I ask you a question, instead of just blurting the question out? So I always do that out of kind of a courtesy.
Got that.
Good question.
You don't have to do that at the closing, right? At the closing, you're just asking permission to close.
Yeah, you always want to ask permission to close because it may be something else they want to say or something else that they need to help you with a situation. So you always want to ask them, may I close now? Just you ask them out open, may I go now? It's kind of like me asking my grandmother, hey, what do you think about me buying that blue car over there? And she answers my question, I just walk off. I didn't say thank you, I didn't say, or maybe she had something else she wanted to tell me, well, and I just walk off. So you always want to ask permission to close, just in case there's any other factors. Good question, my pleasure. Anyone else? Yes. My pleasure. Thank you. Chanel.
I'm not sure if you went into detail about this, but I have spiritual quadrant meeting after our conversation, because we had also had a consultation a while back. And
Yes.
I found out that I had a Madama spirit.
Awesome.
In the court, I find that she's a lot more communicative with me than at my ancestral altar.
Oh, you mean outside?
No, my bodega inside.
Uh huh.
I have a small little altar, but I find that Madama will once I give her an offering or a bit of rum or whatever she's inspired, she'll tell me, she wants cornbread or pig's feet and stuff like that. Where at the bodega, I find that it's so quiet. They're not really talking to me as much as Madama is. Do you have any advice on how I can connect?
As far as connecting to other ancestors or connecting to La Madama?
Pardon?
You mean connecting to other ancestors or connecting closer to La Madama? La Madama.
Can someone mute? I think I hear a little boy. Can you repeat that?
Okay, you mean how can you connect more with your ancestors or with your La Madama spirit?
With the ancestors.
Just invoking maybe songs that they like or foods that they like. If you know particular ones, calling their names always gets attention. Have you noticed that if you're in the house and you're calling somebody, hey, can you bring me some water? They may not respond as much, but if you say, hey, baby, can you give me some water? Or Stephen, can you give me some water? When you call people name, they feel more important. So maybe calling the names 3 times will kind of make it a little more effective. That way they know, hey, you talking to me? Well, they may even be envious. Well, oh, you want to talk just to your spirit guide? You never call my name. So name calling is extremely important. Or giving them the things they like that will attract them. The music that they like that attracts them.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm. Asada. I can't hear. Can someone mute? Let me see. Asada, I don't see you anymore on screen. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, but can you hear me?
No. Hold on one second. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, I'm listening. Good evening.
Oh no, I did have a question. Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Good evening, Asada.
Did I raise my hand? If I did on accident.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
no worries. Any other questions, comments?
I think there was some questions in the chat. I saw somebody ask a couple questions.
Okay, let me go back to chat. Also, if there's anything that you forgot to ask, just feel free to leave it in the comment section of the video on YouTube, and then we can go from there, because I forgot to record the Zoom session, so this will be over once it's all done. Just go back, and if there's anything you forgot, it comes to you later, just leave it in the comment section. I'll answer it to the best of my ability. Also, feel free to talk to one another. Get familiar with each other's names and faces and talk to one another. Each one teach one. We all have something to offer. Okay, let's see. Stephen emailed me. I'm not sure. San Francisco Bay. Actually, let me go ahead and tell you now because I forget. There's Obafemi Origunwa in the Oakland, San Francisco area. Stephen. Can we say the invocations just to do libations to ancestors? Yes, you can. What is the difference between ancestors, guys? Ancestors are your bloodline and your spiritual lineage. If you initiate, yes, someone please mute the loud background. And your guides, they may not be blood related to you, but they help you in your life. They may be part of Egbe, or they just may be a spirit that's attracted to you that wants to help you. Like a mentor, spiritual mentor in the spirit world. If we don't have the name of ancestors, should we write great-great-grandma? Yes, that's a very good question. If you don't know the names, like say for instance someone's adopted, you can just put to my ancestors known and unknown. I greet the ancestors of my mother, I greet the ancestors of my father. That helps until you can find out names. You may want to have some sort of divination or mediumship. I would say a misa to see if there's a particular person in your spiritual court if they choose to give their name. Sometimes you can ask them to reveal their name in a dream too, if it's really relevant. But they're still with you. You may not know them, but they know you. Should we only give ancestor offerings outside? Is it okay to give inside if you have proper altar setup? I'll say yes. It's okay to give. It's better to give the offerings outside. But if you're in a situation like in New York and you only live in a high rise, if you don't have a patio or a backyard or deck or something, I would say then you would have to do it inside. That's what a lot of the elders do who live in that region. They just find a space designated on the inside, but they try to, barricade it off away from everyday life when you bring ancestors inside, because that's some strong energy in your house. How do you properly dispose offerings? Nature is the best place to dispose offerings. If you're getting rid of negative energy, they will also, that's a good question too, they will often tell you to put it in the trash can. That's why you throw Obi every time that you get ready to give them an offering. You ask them, where do you want me to put this offering when it's rotten or when it's done? And then they'll tell you, like, do I put it in the trash? And you ask those questions with Obi. Very good question I forgot to bring up tonight. Do I put it at the bushes? Do I put it at the crossroads, the woods? Hold on one second, let me finish reading the chats. If we are on our cycle, can we do libations offering? No, we do not touch OB during menstruation. No, thank you. Good question. If you're menstruating,
Keep the OB.
huh?
How long do you keep it?
The OB, you want to keep, well, usually after a session, we usually either leave it on ancestors for a day, but I usually get rid of mine. I'll just throw them in the by the tree or in the woods somewhere in the backyard, and that's how I do that. Good night, Shade. Yeah, OB can be disposed of. I always like to do it respectfully. Some people will throw it in the trash if it goes rancid, if they leave it there for too long and it starts to turn brown or starts to get a smell. But yes, I tend to throw mine back in nature with the white side up. Complicated. I'm from a small island, Martinique. I mean, you can always go into nature. I'm sure it's a lot of foliage and greenery on the island where you can do your reverence, and it'll be perfectly fine. Remember, the inside altar is not mandatory. Amber, one question: how do you advise us to cleanse the space for ancestral altars? First of all, the house needs to be physically clean and sanitary, organized. The universe is full of organization and everything is in divine order. So you want to make sure everything is clean first, your body's clean, etc. Now, spiritual space, you can use anything from certain herbs, the basics such as basil, rosemary, hyssop. I don't recommend sea salt for cleaning an ancestor altar because salt actually sends ancestors away. Also, don't use powdered eggshell for your ancestor altar on the inside because it also can send them away to a certain degree. They don't take salt in their foods usually. Some people will use sage. My particular ancestors don't like it. Some people's ancestors don't like sage. Palo Santo could work. Any type of incense that cleanses the air. Frankincense and resin, frankincense and benzoin, frankincense and myrrh, copal, amber resin, all of those different type of things you can use. You can use camphor to fumigate the house. So those certain things help cleanse. Also Florida water and Colonia 1800, etc. Not sure if I missed this, but what does a woman do if there is no male available to read the first throw? If there's no male available to read the first throw, do not laugh. You probably gonna have to get down on those knees on the floor and feel around for the obi. And I know that sounds very crazy. I know it sounds wacky because, like I say, this is a communal tradition. Most people don't do this by themselves unless it's like a man because he doesn't have a problem doing it. Remember, ancestors is more, the males will deal with Egun more because women are the life givers. So if you don't have anybody around, then just, I don't know, you can feel around and just kind of pick up, okay, this feels like a dark side up, this feels like a light side up, and that's one way you can do it, but it sounds crazy though. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Any other questions or feedback? We're gonna close soon because EI is getting tired and I got to eat something. I'm over here eating for two. So we're gonna close out soon. Anyone have any more questions, comments, feedback? Yes.
Is it important to call off your mother's side of the family first and then your dad's side?
It's no particular order. I tend to start with the father's side first, the right, because from Yoruba, everything we do is from right to left rather than left to right. So I call my father's side first, my right side first, which is the masculine side, then my feminine side, my EI side, my mother's side second. So either way is interchangeable. There's no like really rule for that. Sometimes I forget a maternal ancestor when I'm calling paternals and I get them all mixed in there. But as long as I call their name is the most important thing more than anything else. But if you want to kind of follow protocol, I start with the Baba side, the father, and then the mother, the EI.
I have just one last question.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of leaving like any offerings in nature, does it have to be like in your backyard or can it be further away like in a park or something?
If you have a backyard, you can do it there. If you want to designate a tree or a certain plant where you leave it at the foot of that plant or tree. If you don't have a backyard, then nature is best. Like a nice spot in nature.
A park is fine.
Yes, and
Park.
a park, yes. You want to make sure you do it earlier in the day as possible. Try to do it before 3 p.m. or 6 p.m., etc. Well, no later than 6 p.m. And make sure, very important, that you don't litter, because that can undo all the blessings that you prayed for. Is littering paper and cups and plates and stuff. Mm-hmm. All right. My pleasure. My pleasure. Like I said, if there's anything else you all forgot to ask me, just leave it in the comment section of the YouTube video. Thank you, loves. Y'all introduce one another, get to know each other in the comment sections. Meet and greet. Don't be shy.
Questions.
Yes.
Okay, so you were saying earlier, like in the video, if you was with somebody that you like real argumentative with, the spirits can clash. What if you argumentative with like a family? Like, is y'all ancestors? Do y'all have the same ancestors? Do they clash?
Good question. Yes, well, if it's an argument with a blood family member, that's when you want to appeal to your ancestors. It's the negative energy of the tornado energy happens more with somebody outside your bloodline, like a boyfriend, girlfriend, a roommate, best friend, because their spiritual court and your spiritual court can clash. Blood family, it tends to be a little different. You know how you can say something about your family member, but nobody else better not say it? So it's that type of thing.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then I seen something about where you should do like spiritual baths and spiritual workings with cold water and not hot. Is that true?
No, well, when you're taking a regular bath, that's warm water. You want to start off the components of it with cool water. So it can be warm water bath, unless it's requested that you use cool water. Now, for your ori, for your head, you always want to use cool water for the head. Now, I'm not talking about just regular washing your face, but refreshing, you want to use cool water for the head. But the rest of the body, you know, you can soak in a nice bath with your spiritual work. The main thing is with spiritual baths, you want to take a physical bath first, a regular bath, clean the tub, get all the physical dirt off of you. Then you do the spiritual bath after you do your regular shower or bath. You don't want to go into your spiritual bath with your body dirty. You want to be clean first, then do the bath, because you're going to air dry also with a spiritual bath.
Okay, then one last question.
Mm-hmm.
So you also said on your post, it was the recent post, where you were saying like if you knew to just drop your dead the way you would have did it. So if you are cutting off people and stuff like that, how would you best recommend to do that if you don't have like problems with them? Like, can you like just distance yourself a bit, or
You can distance yourself. Mm-hmm. You can distance yourself, but sometimes your people will do it for you, especially if you ask them. It's like sometimes something will happen. It's like, dang, what happened here? And you just end up getting disconnected from them. And in this day and age, it's so easy to disconnect from people because of the social environment and situation, to where a scenario will come up where it becomes an opportunity if you need to disconnect. It's just a matter of taking that opportunity when it presents itself.
okay, so my feedback is you did really great. It was very thorough. I did not expect
Thank you.
this to be like 3 hours. It was real great. I thought it was gonna be like an hour. No, you gave thorough. It was real good.
Thank you.
And for the Zoom call, I just want to give like a little bit of advice, like have somebody regulated.
Yes.
If you're not regulated, because yeah, you can't have somebody tell everybody people something.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, love. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask one
Hey, Consider. Hold on 1 second. I can't hear you. Okay. Can somebody mute their mic?
supposed to look at.
Hold on 1 second. Someone mute their mic.
It's a doctor's iPhone.
Okay, Asada, can you mute your mic?
Okay, so the first one we're not supposed to look at, but if we are throwing the second one, we can do it.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Some houses say no, but some say yes, because what if the head of the house is a woman, is a Iya? Then she looks at it. So yes. Mm-hmm. You kind of want to discern. That's why you do your protection work. It kind of prevents some of that excess, kind of silly stuff from happening. So if your environment's clean, you're doing your invocations. You're praying. Remember, you're praying for protection for what you don't want, and you're praying for what you do want. If your energy is good, your vibe attracts your tribe, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. If it becomes a problem, there's a need to spiritually cleanse the home or have someone come in and spiritually cleanse it or bless it or things such as that. Have the walls anointed with hyssop, etc. That would be my suggestion. Divination to see what needs to be done if it's too much of a problem interfering in everyday life.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
I just wanted to say something.
And we gotta go soon, y'all. I haven't eaten in 4 hours. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on.
No, I'm just saying, Lafayette, your god sister from Connecticut.
Hey, hold on. Let me see who I'm talking to.
Julissa.
Hi, how are you? Peace and blessings, Julissa. Shelafiani.
I'm in the New York ELA, so I just want to say a very thorough class.
Thank you, love.
My ancestors and spirit guides pushed me to this because it just popped up at the right moment. When I'm getting ready for my ancestral reading, and I'm doing the research, and literally an ancestor came through, and then this popped up. So I'm like, okay, so obviously they wanted me to take this class, but very thorough. I
Thank
definitely
you.
I would love to hear more on the guides. I'm hoping you'll do something more with that because I'm like,
That will end up being some sort of Misa in the near future. That'll be next year sometime though. But thank you. It's nice to meet you. Thank you for your input. Someone says, yes, I'm signing up for class. Time to eat, rest. I'm just looking at the comments at the end. But thank you, love. It's nice to meet you. Okay.
Yes, since you're currently not doing any readings, like who would you recommend for a reading?
It depends on what type of reading. What type of reading would you be seeking? Email me. I don't do public recommendations anymore because these people don't even come back and thank me. I don't get a cut for what they get. So email me and I'll give you a recommendation. Anything you forgot, leave in the comment section. Email me. I got to go. I love y'all. I enjoyed doing class with you all. The body has to rest at this time, so I'm out. Have a very good night, everyone. And I will connect with y'all soon in the comment section on the YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Mwah. Keep studying consistently. Don't get afraid. You will learn in due time. Okay, good night, everyone. Okay, bye-bye. Good night.